Today's course has been really good. I've been on the micro macrame course with Deborah, and we've been doing quite a lot of knotting techniques and bringing them together to make a little small owl. And then we're currently working on a freeform necklace or bracelet, which is really good because there's no rules. It's been a really, really good day. You get an awful lot from it, just in terms of being able to use your own imagination to transfer it into the piece that you're making, and it's just been a really good day, yeah.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Join Karen Crawford on a new DVD to JewelleryMaker, Talk Necklace Projects. You'll learn lovely talk necklace designs, such as the freeform talk necklace, colour grading, how to add gemstones, the Aztec weave, and how to add embellishments. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Hello everyone, welcome, welcome. It's Monday, it's start of the Easter term for a lot of us, so I know that a lot of you will be at home with your loved ones or quickly crafting for those wonderful Easter treats that you're making for everyone. Whatever you're doing today, we are going to set you on your way, because genuinely I have one of the nicest kits I have ever had the pleasure of presenting to you on Design Inspiration, and the lady who is giving us all of the designer inspiration today is the extremely talented and oh so lovely Gemma.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm well, very well, yeah.
Oh my gosh, you've been given
today
so many treats today.
I know, tanzanite in a kit.
How amazing, with emerald as well.
Yeah, not forgetting the emerald. Yeah.
And pearls.
And pearls. And beautiful things, absolutely beautiful.
Stunning, isn't it? Your kits and the pieces you've made with them, they are so different, your 2 different kits, aren't they?
Absolutely. I posted this morning on Facebook to say it's like we've got the earthy, bold, modern, and then we've got sort of a 20s, feminine, delicate.
Absolutely.
As well, so it's lovely for everyone, really.
It is completely different. I cannot wait to see how some of these are made, because genuinely we've all been in awe. I've had management team from upstairs coming down to have a look at these pieces, which doesn't always happen because obviously they're very, very busy, but people have been coming down whenever they've had a moment to come and nosy at Gem's pieces. They are genuinely sensational. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to have a little look at the kit that we've got? Double strand of tanzanite, double strand of emerald, a beautiful strand of pearls, these gorgeous, adorable little shell flowers as well that are so quaint and stunning in 2 different shapes, and all of this wire is coming in a kit for you today, and it's going to be under £70 for you today, and I don't mean by 5p. In the second kit we're looking more at textiles, but we've still got a lot of wire in there and loads of cabochons as well for you to get involved with. I want you to get involved today. Feel free to send us a text in. 60777 is your text number. Start your text with the word JM Studio. What have you got planned for this Easter week? Have you got anything exciting planned? Are you going to be crafting? Do you make things like Easter cards and stuff?
Rarely get time, but I am having, instead of an Easter eggs, I am doing a craft day for the kids. So they're having t-shirts to tie-dye and things like that.
That's an amazing idea.
Yeah.
How
it's going to be great.
I love that. Let us know what you're going to be doing over your next week. 60777 is your text number. Now, I've got to get started because I'm going to have to get my notes for this, get my notes, because these are the themes of the day. I've got so many themes today. First half hour is last chance. It's on and gone. It's amazing pieces that we're low in stock on. After that, in the half hour in between, I'm going to be doing wonders of the world. I'm talking sensational strands. First time you've ever seen on Designer Inspiration. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a true wonder of the world. The biggest sizes of natural sapphire I've ever had the pleasure to bring you. Take a little look. Natural sapphire, just as Mother Nature intended. This is a natural wonder of the world, and it will be with you within the next 2 hours in Wonder of the World section. I've also got for you a demo on the Deluxe Gizmo. It's back in stock. We've not seen it since around August, have we? That's back in stock for you today. We're going to do a demo on that, and you're going to have the chance to own it at the end of the first Designer Inspiration. I've then got Becky's bargain bundles coming up for you later on. That'll be with you at around 4 o'clock-ish. Loads of bundles, amazing prices. And I've got 8 under 8. That's going to be 8 products that will be under £8. And some of them a lot under. So that's my plan for the day. I've got to get started, and to be honest, this could... we've got loads coming up for you, and I've just got treats galore. This could have gone in Wonders of the World, but it's extremely low stock. This is your last strand of Tanzanite. This is the last one we have of this. Get in whilst you can. We've not got any more of this strand left in. What you've got the chance to own today is the last in stock of it. We currently are not purchasing this strand any longer. We're not purchasing any Tanzanite at this moment in time as a company. So if you see it and you want it, get your hands on it, especially as I've got those gorgeous nuggets coming up in the kit for you later. 40 carats worth of Tanzanite. It's gone up by 800% in price. Not here though. Your price point today for Tanzanite, just £79.95 for you today, and this is on your graduated strand. It's from 3mm to 6mm that we've got in here. Take a look at it next to this stunning, vibrant, beautiful Tanzanite that we've got on this one as well. It is absolutely sensational pairing. It really, really is. It's a goner. It is a goner. I'm sorry about that, but well done. I've got more Tanzanite coming up. I've got bi-coloured Tanzanite coming up for you later. That's coming up in Wonders of the World for you. This is last chance on what I can only describe as an almost round, stunning luxury sized pearl collection. Take a look. It's last chance again. We're last chance saloon on all of this. That means we've got around 30 or less of these today, so get your hands on them whilst you can. These are luxury sized pearls. You've got around a 10mm on these. When we're dealing with luxury sizes, we're talking about a longer period of time that these have been alongside Mother Nature in the mollusk. So these have spent around 10 years. Each and every single one of these has spent around 10 years within that mollusk, growing, developing, and giving you this gorgeous, smooth and high-end luster appearance. This is one of the most luxurious strands of pearls we have to offer you here at JewelleryMaker, because as you can see, it's only a mil off a round. It is a luxury size, and that colour is one of the most sought after colours in the fashion world, in the gem world, but also when it comes to your organic. It's beautiful, it's bridal, it's luxury, and it's yours today for an astonishing price point. £29.95. That is astonishing. Please look at it against the neckline. I had to do this before. As soon as I saw it before, I had to get it out and look at that against the neckline. Ladies and gentlemen, that is class. That is elegance. That is going to be beautiful knotted. If you do your really beautiful knotting technique with this, not only is it going to go further, you'll be able to make a bigger neckline piece than this, because don't forget this is touching at the back right now, but also you are going to have some left over to perhaps create yourself a bracelet to go with, or even a stunning pair of earrings with these. £29.95, Jem, you're looking over with stars in your eyes, love.
Well, I'm just in awe of those. They are so beautiful.
Aren't
They just look so expensive. I would definitely be looking at 3 figures on those in a shop window
in a
somewhere.
shop? Absolutely, because of the luxury size. And do you know
Yeah.
what I've just thought? They go quite nicely with your challenge.
They do go very nicely with my challenge.
Don't they? Look at these. This is Gemma's challenge. Because Gemma has made us some amazing pieces, we've absolutely treated her today. We're giving her these 3 as a challenge. Genuine Prasiolite, ladies and gentlemen, in that stunning Dutch cut. It's beautiful. How sensationally well does that go with those? It almost makes that Prasiolite pop even more, doesn't it? Well done, everyone. Not many of these pearls left right now. £29.95. Last chance opportunity for you to get your hands on those right now. I'm bringing to you, oh my days. This is a gemstone that we cannot purchase at this moment in time. We're trying, but we just can't. The yields of this is dramatically down. This is the prime location chrome dioxide. Take a little look. I have got less than 10 of these left. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Russian chrome dioxide. Chrome dioxide is one of the most sought after gemstones in the world, and it is from that premium location in Russia. We've been bringing to you quite a lot of chrome dioxide recently, but as I always say, especially with chrome dioxide, do check the location. It comes up at the bottom of your screen. A lot of the time your presenter will mention where it's from, but do just double check. And if you're online and maybe you can't see that information, do just double check on the information when you read it and when you're reading the graphics, etc. Or call the call centre if you want to know as well. We have had a lot of chrome dioxide on. A lot of it that we've had on recently, though, has been from Brazil. This is not. This is the genuine, real deal, most high-end, most sought after of all of the chrome dioxide. It's Russian chrome dioxide. Your price point today for this true rarity of the world, it's just £59.95, and genuinely it is sensational. It's known in the trade as the $1 million emerald, and this could definitely pass off as that. We call this the $1 million emerald, especially that from Russia, because if an emerald ever had this richness of colour, this depth of colour, this clarity, then it would be worth $1 million. $59.95 is your price point today. They're an absolute bargain for you. I've got one of those left now apparently, so please do be quick if you want it. I'm bringing you another on and gone, and boy oh boy, this is going to be on and gone. Yep, they're back for now. This is last in stock opportunity. Take a little look what we've got here. If you're into micro macrame, if you love things like your kumihimo or your micro kumihimo, then you have got exactly what you need right here in front of you and more. We have got on these 200 meters each. 200 meters on each of these. This is your gorgeous nylon thread. It's a 0.5 mil. Now that means this is going to go through so many more of your gemstones. This is going to go through pearls. If you got those pearls earlier and you want to do a traditional knotted pearl, these are more than likely to go through because they are 1/2 mil in thickness. And even our gems of distinction drill holes wise, a lot of the time they're around that drill hole. They're around about 0.4 and 0.6. So these ones should be going through the vast majority of those gemstones. And I would say to you, even if you are planning on getting that kit later and you are going to be working with high-end gemstones such as this, then it's always a great idea to just make sure you've got the right cords needed for the job. I've also got in here your dark red Eslon. This is a 0.4, so this is a super fine. This is the finest of the collection we have here, 70 meters worth on that reel. But then more of your traditional threading materials as well. I've got your satin cords, I've got your vibrant red, I've got that beautiful orange, and then I've got that really delicate kind of gentle yellow tone here. It's a really beautiful colour that we've got running through there. And you have got 10 meters worth on each of these, and these ones are your 1 mil, so they're going to be much more of that traditional look. The things that these cords bring to us, in particular the finer ones, is they will give us a really, really beautiful opportunity to do some gentle looking pieces like this. You see how we've kind of used this macrame work, and you've almost got that lace-like appearance in the sections here, and that's because it's using a finer cord. It's giving you a really beautiful, almost lattice effect actually within this, but also it gives you the opportunity to work with numerous cords. If you are doing things like kumihimo, similar to this, it gives you the opportunity to build up all of those cords and give a really gorgeous pattern, but still keep that quite dainty kind of effect, I suppose, with these pieces. They are absolutely wonderful for you to work with. We have got that the micro kumihimo DVD launching relatively soon. Keep your eyes peeled for that. But give it a go first off before you get the DVD. All of this today, crazy cords, crazy price. Should be. That is an astonishing price. 246, that's just 600 metres of genuine high-end cord right there. 600 metres there. 670, 680, 90. 700 metres worth of cord you've got here approximately. 700 metres. Your price point today, it's rolling down. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to believe this. I'm going to take this from around £15, which is sensational for 700 metres, to £9.95 for you today. 700 metres worth of cord. It's usable, it's versatile, it's going to give you that gorgeous kind of dainty effect to some of your pieces. But also, if you're going to be using it with those high-end gemstones or with your pearls, that kind of classical knotting appeal you can work with your pearls that give them almost like a liquid feel when you place them on your hand. Because if I show you with this pearl, for example, when I have them like this, if I lay them in my hand, even just here at this point there's a little bit of tension, there's a bit of kickback there, and that's purely because we put so many on the strands. That's kind of as circular as I can get it, because we put so many on the strand, there's not really movement in there. But by knotting them, by simply adding a really dainty knot in between each one of these, giving it that classical feel, when you actually move them on your hand, they're much more fluid, they kind of roll down like waves. It's absolutely sensational, really beautiful, totally different feel. Loads of you coming in for this, well done. Please check out those baskets, because it is last chance for you now. Quantity wise, I'm getting seriously low. I've got over half my stock gone on that one right now, so please do treat yourself, because it's very rare will we bring you nylon cords. Very rare, because it's one of those things we get it on and it flies out the window. If you do want to get your hands on something seriously high-end, then I've got Gem's challenge here for you. Genuinely stunning prasiolite in our gem collector selection. This is 12 carats worth of the most supreme, deluxe and stunning gemstones you could ever hope for. Look at those. Oh, wow. Let me get one of these out for you. We're going to give these to Gem. And Gem, I know that as soon as you saw them, you were a bit blown away, weren't you?
Yeah, they're just stunning. I mean, prasiolite on strands and gems, strands I've had before, and I love the subtle colour, but there's something about them in this cut. I don't know if the colour is more intense or whether the cut makes it look more intense.
Yeah.
But it's just as subtle, but it's got more intensity. It's very difficult to explain, but it's just beautiful.
I know exactly what you mean. It has got that beautiful kind of effect to it, and it's the Dutch cut. And with the Dutch cut, what happens is, because I'm looking at it now, it's going to be hard for you to see, but as I'm looking at it now, because of the way that the light disperses with inside the Dutch cut, it almost gives you these areas where in the centre it'll be quite a light colouring, but then as the light hits it, it'll look darker green at the side, and then you'll move it and that'll change. Gives you a beautiful effect on these, it really, really does. We're just having a little look for the claw, but I can't find it. Where's the claw gone? Brother Pete's back, for anyone who's missed him. He's been away in London town. What are you laughing?
For anyone who's missed him.
For anyone who's, you know, missed him or whatever. I can't find it. I'm just going to have to show you these in my fingers, I think, which is not quite the same. But here we go. I'll try it with my tweezers. Take a little look at these. Sensational quality. Isn't that fantastic? Do you see what I mean about it looks really dark around the corners, but then as I move, the light hits and now it looks brighter around the corners. It's got that intensity of colour. The workmanship and the craftsmanship on this is it's almost unimaginable. It really is. I'm going to try and hold this up if I may, just to try and show you the Dutch cut itself. So you've got a really small table on this, really small table point on the top, and what that means is it makes the gemstone look larger. So if I just try and get the light to hit the table, hang on one second. There it is. So that's the table right there. Normally, you know what a table looks like normally on gemstones. It's normally much larger, isn't it? It normally goes almost up to the sides. The lovely thing about a small table is it makes the gemstone look much, much bigger, and it gives you more of an opportunity to get those facets in, more facets on that top surface, giving it more of that beautiful sparkle. And going down the crown and around to the girdle, going down to that culet point past the pavilion. Even the pavilion on this has got beautiful, beautiful faceting, almost a swirl cut facet on the bottom of this. It is absolutely sensational. You're getting 3 of these absolutely crafted delights today. Your price point is just £59.95. If you think of the work and the craftsmanship that goes into these, oh my goodness, you are getting yourself an absolute treat. I just want to imagine how this would look as a ring, because of course you can't, these don't have drill holes, which is perfect, because let's face it, when you've got quality of a cut like this, you probably don't really want a drill hole there kind of disturbing the look of it. Imagine that as a ring, ladies and gentlemen. You could do your throw prong set with this, with some gorgeous wire, couldn't you? What were you going to do with these, Gem?
I'm going to try and adapt a technique from the first designer inspiration to set it as a ring, and then perhaps a pendant as well, but we'll see. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I'll have a go.
I know this is a hard question, but say you were going to do a ring with this, how much-ish, obviously depending on place, blah, 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 would you be selling that on for?
If I was going to do it with sterling silver and probably be some quite delicate wire work with that, around the £100 mark, 90, upwards of £80 anyway.
Love that, love that. Let's go at the highest end, and let's say it'd be about 100. Because what I'd like to do is offer you the whole set for half of that. The price is going down. We're doing you a treat. £10 off. £49.95. That is absolutely sensational, isn't it?
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So you create your wirework ring with your sterling silver. I have got sterling silver coming up for your show, actually, haven't I, this week? Is it Sunday? Easter Sunday, sterling silver show. But sterling silver with this, we want it so you can make your ring, you double your money on the first sell, and then you've still got 2 left there. This is serious high-end stuff, isn't it?
It is, and it does set you apart when you're using gemstones like that. It just, you know, it shows people, even if you only ever do one, it just shows people what you're capable of, and I think that's what you're capable of using, and the quality you can source. I think sometimes that's enough. You might,
absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. I'm handing these across.
Thank you. I'll get
so you can start having fun with those. £10 off that, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, not only are you going to get £10 off that, you also get the gemstones themselves. They'll be delivered to you in a few days. Only £2.95 postage and packaging, no matter how much you get today, midnight till midnight. But also for free with this, you get inspiration, because we'll be heading over to Gem later on to see what she has created. Okay, Last Chance Saloon, back on. We have got Last Chance Saloon. I've got less than 40 of these. In fact, I've got less than 30. I'm in my Last Chance Saloon. This, ladies and gentlemen, is that stunning, stunning chain. 10 metres worth we have on this spool for you. This has been one of our most popular chains ever here at JewelleryMaker. We know what we're used to seeing with the chain. Let me just take this off so you can see the style. And we know what we're expecting with chain price point wise. I know in the past I've done lots and lots of stunning chains that have always been, to my memory, the £29.95 mark. This one has been one of our most popular, probably because we've been able to source this from a stunning, stunning maker who's given us a massive, massive gram weight here, around 65 grams worth of copper. And don't forget, you've got that genuine silver over the top as well, but also an astonishing price point. This is our buying power, ladies and gentlemen. Your price point today for 10 metres worth is just £12.95 for 10 metres worth of this sensational, sensational chain. It is beautiful. It's delicate. Imagine this. Oh my goodness, just thought. Imagine this with these. This is in the kit as a little daisy chain charm bracelet. How adorable would that be? That would be so cute, because you've got the drill hole in the centre here, so you could put your head pin through the centre and have your head pin almost as kind of the stamen of your flower, and then just loop it onto here and have a really gorgeous moving charm bracelet. £12.95. I've probably got about 10 of those left now, so you've got to be quick. Well done, everybody who's coming in. We know there's a slight queue on the phone. We have had a very, very busy afternoon already, so please do check out those baskets and stay on the phone, because free phone number if you're ringing from a British landline. I'm over here, aren't I? So let's bring to you now. Ooh, last chance. Not many of these left at all. This is amazing quality. Oh my gosh. Oh, that quality. Go on, what are you mouthing?
Or is that?
No, that's real deal natural labradorite.
Wow.
That's amazing quality, isn't it?
That's stunning. I would put that with the tanzanite.
Oh,
because those soft purpley blues in that labradorite.
Oh my gosh, Gemma Quo, this is why we all love you. You've got such an eye. That blue is almost a dead match, isn't it?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh my gosh, I'm in absolute heaven. This is coming up in that kit for you later on, ladies and gentlemen, and well, coming up in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. Labradorite is a sensational gemstone. Gem, labradorite, you obviously work with labradorite.
Yes.
When you're showing people your pieces or you're selling your piece on, do you think people know about labradorite?
Some people. It's surprising, because some people who shop high-end boutiques, they'll know about labradorite because they are used in high-end and commissioned one-off pieces.
Yeah.
High street shoppers might not, so
Yeah.
it depends where, but I always wear something labradorite, whether it's a ring or a stone or a bracelet. I always wear something because it gets people talking.
Yes.
So when people ask me what I do, I say, oh, I make jewellery, and then I can show them something, and it shows that that you know what you're talking about, that you've got something that you might not necessarily see anywhere else.
Yeah.
So it's a good stone to have.
It's a good stone to have in the collection to get people talking. I think it is one of those gemstones then that perhaps people need to know about. People are interested in and need to know about it.
Yeah, do you know what? It's just a pleasure to share labradorite. It's
Yes.
always a pleasure to share, because it's got that phenomenon, and it makes people gasp.
Yes.
And so it's one of those things you're always proud to share and show.
And when you say it's natural as
Yeah.
well, I don't
Yeah.
think some people would, wow, how have I never seen this? How have I never heard of it? It is one of those gemstones that we want everybody to know about. Everyone should know about it. So let's give you this amazing quality for a great price. £14.95. That is such a good price. But I did say great. We're dropping it down for you today. Let's just do it. We want everyone to know about this. This is something that everyone should love and own. At £12.95, we hope more of you can do so. £12.95 for you today on this absolutely astonishing quality. Get your friends talking about it. Get your loved ones talking about it. Get your customers talking about it. It's one of those things, one of those gems that I think everyone should know about. You know, that's just reminds me of. I was thinking about this today on my drive down. This is how exciting my drive down is. I've realised that I should know something that I don't, and I wonder if anyone here does. You know, like the M1 or the M6. M is for motorway, isn't it? What is the A in A roads for? Anyone?
Access.
Access. Access says P. Alternative. Alternative? Yeah, why am I going? Oh yeah, good Pete. Access. Pete doesn't even drive.
I know.
I might know. Do you know, Gem?
No, I don't know.
No, but I feel like that's one of those things I should know.
Yeah, I thought they just depicted their sort of relevance, like A is a major route and B is a less, you know,
Lesser.
less so.
Maybe.
I don't know if it actually stands for anything. But you don't get C roads, do you?
No, you don't.
So maybe
No.
it does. I don't know.
Or the most important would be like the Z roads. And that's not a thing.
Or the really quiet. That would be the quietest, wouldn't
that
it?
would be the quietest
The
road.
driveways.
What
would
you
be-
do? My driveway is the Z road. I love that. Let me coming in for this. Hello, Brig. Brig or Bridge? Lovely to meet you. I don't think I've seen you before. It's lovely to see you. Thank you very much for getting involved. My name's Rebecca Redican, by the way. I don't know if I've said that yet, have I? I've been too busy gabbing on about what we've got coming up. Don't forget, if you just tuned in, last chance saloon right now, and this is getting real low stock now with that price drop. Wonders of the World coming up for you later. Amazing pieces in there. Becky's bargain bundles are coming up for you around about 4 o'clock. And we've got the 8 products for under £8. And don't forget, my wire coiling deluxe gizmo with demo is back by popular demand. Well done everyone who is coming in for this today. It's lovely to see you all. £12.95 for you today is just sensational. Now, it is a little bit early, but we're heading over to Designer Inspiration because... Oh wait, did we give you wire?
No.
No?
You haven't given me my challenge wire.
You haven't given the challenge wire yet?
No.
Should we do it now? Hang on, we will be on, because this is actually last chance as well, isn't it? Can I just say, if I show you something, I'm not going to say anything, I'm just showing it. I'm going to get told off otherwise. These aren't up now, they are coming up for you. But I've got something to go with these. Last chance saloon, ladies and gentlemen. Square brass wire for you in here today. Square wire gives you an amazing effect, and we're going to give this wire to Gemma Crow to work with her designs. We're also going to give her some more in there as well though. You have got your wire wonders. Do you know what? I have got more wire to go in this. This is your 1.25. Square wire gives us a completely different look. If you've never seen it before, it gives you such a high-end look, because obviously the round wire, when it's connected together, you do get the gaps in, which is beautiful. It gives you a nice effect. But with the square wire, it just joins in perfectly together. I'm wondering if you can see some of the pictures on here that give you a bit of an idea. This one here in particular, it might be quite tough for you to see, but essentially it just sits beautifully alongside itself, doesn't it, Gem? The square wire.
It does. Yeah, it does. It allows you, and it almost looks jewellery finished, like a jeweller's finish.
I agree with that completely.
And also twisting it, you get these lovely, almost faceted look. So yeah, it's really versatile. A different look altogether. So yeah, it's lovely.
Love that. I love. This is such a gorgeous wire, it really, really is. And it is about to go loopy on the phone lines, because genuinely, you would use it in very much the same way that you would use your normal wire, and you can use it alongside your round wire as well. You don't have to use this exclusively, but it just gives you such a different appeal, such a different look. Let's just get your price point in. I have got more wire to add to this, but I genuinely think £17.80 is your total should be price of this selection I'm bringing to you. I'm going to be bringing to you 40 metres worth in wire in total. Your price point today is rolling down. You're going to love this. I genuinely think you could pay this price for just these two in some places. £10.95 for you today, but it's not just your gorgeous square wire. You're also getting 0.4 in that blue, you're getting 0.8 in that pink, and you're getting the turquoise in the 0.8 as well. These are absolutely sensational together. They really, really, really are. This is your 1.25M, and you've got the 18 gauge on here, so you have got loads to work with. Are you going to be using this one mainly with those crazy lights?
Yes, yes I am. Yeah, I am. I want to use the gold alongside that green to really pull it out. Yeah,
to really pop it out. That is an astonishing price point for this much wire, and for this quality of wire as well.
It really is, and buying square wire is not easy for a start. It's not easy to find. You can't get it everywhere, and you will pay a lot of money for that difference. But like you're saying, it's nice. Square wire is nice used alongside other wires. So if you're doing a weave, for example, it's nice to twist the square wire and just have it alongside, and it adds loads of detail, and the contrast between the round and the square is lovely.
I think when this is twisted, it can actually look like a chain. Yeah, can't it?
It does. Yeah, it does. So even on a talk, it's nice just to have just that single.
We've got some picture pieces, which is amazing. Oh, we've got some physical pieces. Oh, fab, Ryan, bring them through. Thank you, director. Oh, this is very official. Director Ryan runs out, gives it to Brother Pete. Thank you, Brother Pete. You lovely gentleman. Look, this is the effect it gives. There's loads of you coming in for this, but it's completely different effects that these are giving you. If I show you the simplest pair of earrings first, just to give you an idea of how different that wire looks, you can see it gives you a totally different look. The way that that catches the light is completely different. But personally, I love it more when it's worked together. I mean, take a look at that. This is exactly what Gem's talking about when she says it almost looks like a jewellery, a kind of a silversmith almost pieces, don't they? Take a look at that one as well. Twisting square wire makes it look like a diamond cut wire. You are right, Sissy. It really does. That's the exact effect it gets. Loads of you coming in for this. It is sensational. Well done to you all. Did someone text in about the A-roads? Tell me. I'm excited to find out about this. Every day's a school day. A-roads are trunk or main roads. B roads are other roads. They don't stand for anything. Becky took your Opal challenge last week and wow, Hazel, I absolutely adore you. Not only are you educating me about trunk roads, I've never heard of a trunk road. That sounds so good. But thank you for taking my Opal challenge. If someone doesn't know what my Opal challenge is, sometimes if I have amazing strands of opal, I will challenge people at home to buy it. If they don't love it, 30-day money back guarantee, free, which it is for all of our goodies here. But also, you never have to buy opal off me again, because our opal often looks amazing in real life, but the lights in here bleach it. So thank you, Hazel, lovely lady. I'm glad you loved it. Hi girls, A-roads, arterial. 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 That's one of those words. Yeah. The first time I said it, I understood. The second time, I was like, do I know what that means?
It's the main road.
Arterial.
Arteries.
Arteries, that's what I'm thinking, arterial.
But is that a question mark after that, or is that definitely why?
That's like, I don't know. No, it wasn't a question mark, it was arterial. Eileen knew what she was talking about.
Surely the other ones should be, no, they shouldn't.
What?
A roads and V roads then, like veins and arteries, I don't know. Perhaps it is V road, we've just been calling it B road.
Maybe it is B and V, they sound very similar. Very similar. £10.95, that's almost sold out. Well done everybody, thanks for your messages in. Keep those messages coming in for Gem as well. She is here with us for quite some time now. I have got for you here the kit that has taken JewelleryMaker by storm. Me and Carol, usually in the switchover, will chat about things like, how's your bump? Oh, you look nice today. What have you done on your days off? Did you go out for that meal? Blah, 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 blah. Today, she ignored all my questions. I was like, oh, so what did you do in that day off? No, it was all about this. Oh, Tanzanite, look at that, look at that. Emerald as well. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. When I told her the price, she turned her back and walked away with a smile on her face, but she, it was begrudging. This is designer inspiration and it is sensational. It is your beautiful bride. Get it whilst you can, if you can. Oh my gosh, just sensational.
Is it called Beautiful Bride?
Yeah, Gem.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know.
Because that headpiece is quite bridal.
Yeah, it is. I didn't know that was the name of the kit. I promise.
And it's kind of, it's like it's inspired.
Yeah, so it's a very good name for it.
Very good name indeed. Right, ladies and gents, we've got to take a look at exactly what we're getting here because there is so much and it is sensational. Can you remind me of the price? I did tell Carol right, didn't I? Yes, I thought I did. Oh no, I didn't. I told her £5 more than that. Just get on the phones. Please, I told you before it would be under 70. I'll be honest, it's under 60 actually. Take a little look at exactly what we've got in here. You have got loads of goodies. Wire galore and all in one colour, which I know quite a lot of people absolutely love. This is 50 metres worth of your gold colour wire, and you have got in there your 0.8. I've also got, this is also a 50 metre spool. This is 0.25, so 50 metres, we've got 100 metres in total there. And then I've got your 1.25 as well, one of our most structural of all wires. It's a gorgeous wire to work with, I've got to say. It is super duper malleable. I have worked with wire from other locations that have been described as a 1 mil that have been a lot tougher than this. I really have. It's a gorgeous malleable wire, but super duper sturdy because it is your 1.25 as well. So 110 metres worth in total. And then bringing up for you these beautiful flowers. How are these to work with, Gem?
The flowers I absolutely love. I've had them once before And yeah, I've been hoping to have them again because they're just so pretty.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They're a design all on their own. You don't really have to do much. You add that into something to make it really delicate and beautiful. Love those.
They are really, really beautiful. Super duper pretty. I've seen these a few times before in loads of different designs, and I've got to say that I love the way you've used them because you've not overdone it, you've not overpowered it. You've just done little kind of
just subtle
selection of them. Really beautiful. You've got 2 different designs in here. You get that 6-petal flower, and you get these ones as well, which are your 5-petal flowers. Could pass as kind of stars as well, actually, couldn't they? Of these are your white shell. You've got on the 5-petal 10 pieces, they're approximately 10 mil, and on the 6-petal that I showed you initially, they're about 9 mil, but you get 10 of those as well. So 2 different designs in total there. Beautiful shell appearance. I'm bringing to you pearls now. Not shell pearls, and I've been saying shell a lot for those, but these are genuine, real deal, cultured Baroque style pearls. Oh, they are just sensational. That is such a purest of white colours, isn't it? It really, really is sensational. I love the purity of that white because it goes just perfectly with the purity of the white of the shell as well, doesn't it? Those shell flowers that we've got, just sensational. Also in here, I'm adding to the situation. Now, can I just put this down and just say, when ever would I put emerald down in a bundle, it's a double strand, in a kit, and put it down and say, you know, that's not even my last strand, you know, I'm saving the, kind of the best till last here. That goes to show you how exclusive and executive this kit is. But this is genuine emerald, ladies and gentlemen. Is this natural? Because it's got that gorgeous bold colouring to it, which I would imagine was due to treatment. It's natural. Oh my goodness, to get that much vibrancy in a natural strand is absolutely amazing. It looks really quite dark to you in areas, and it is dark in areas, but there's a lot of vibrancy running through here as well. You can see those gorgeous pops of that, or almost kind of, I don't know, what kind of, it's an archetypal emerald green, isn't it? Sensational. Double strand you've got here, so you can see the amount you're getting. It's sensational. No spaces, just genuine, real deal emerald. And I'll be completely honest with you, some people who are maybe tuning in for the first time today might not realise that actually we can get emerald at one of the most amazing prices you could hope for, really. I've got 120 carats worth here, and I'm gonna, you know, put my neck on the line and say I think some people might be watching or might not know about us and might think the price of this entire kit you'd probably pay for 120 carats worth of emerald, and in some places you would. And lastly, but by no means leastly, this is, oh my gosh, now we have not got this graded, this isn't, but oh my gosh, what grade do you think this is, this tanzanite? Genuinely, take a look. We know about tanzanite and how it's graded. What grade are you going to give that? What do you think, Rai? I'd say double A. Double A? Because if you're going to imagine that this one's... Actually, I was just going to say this one to me would be triple A when I was looking in the light then. The quality-wise, they are very similar, aren't they? Oh my gosh, this is one of the most beautiful grades of tanzanite we've ever had on the show. And again, we're not purchasing any tanzanite anymore, I'm afraid, at this moment in time. We might if prices change, which is highly, highly, highly unlikely. But if they do, then obviously we will purchase again. But at this moment in time, we are not purchasing this gemstone. So get your hands on it when and if you can, because I'm gonna be honest with you, the price hikes that we've seen on this gemstone, you will be lucky in some places to get this much tanzanite for the price of the whole kit. You really would. Let's reiterate exactly what we're getting, shall we? So, you've got in here all of this wire. You've got 110 metres worth of that golden coloured wire. 0.8, 0.25 and your 1.25, 110 metres. I've then got genuine freshwater pearls in that stunning pure white. I've got one of your big four coming in that stunning natural emerald, and I've got in here that tantalising tanzanite, which is genuinely, grading wise, to me, minimum looks like a double A, could well be a triple though, because it is sensational, giving me that beautiful array of colours I would hope for and expect in the highest grade of tanzanite. I've also got for you 20 of these beautiful flowers in those two different designs. One is your 6 petal, one is your 5 petal, each of them beautiful purest white shell with that drill hole in the centre to make it really workable. Your price point today, I agree. Wow. I completely agree with that, Director Ryan. That was a wow. Really? I know. I was expecting much more than that as well. £63.60 is an astonishing price point. Absolutely amazing. But it's designer inspiration, so we have to drop it down. £45.95. The wire couldn't control itself then. Just couldn't. 40, there's loads of you coming in for this. Hello to everyone. No, I know, I understand that this might be a designer inspiration at a slightly higher price point than you might normally expect, but look at exactly what you've got here. Maybe don't think of this as a designer inspiration kit, because it's not really. It's so different to anything I've ever seen. Think about this as that boutique high-end bundle, and maybe even more than that. The quality of this is sensational. You've got standout strands time and time again in here. You've got some of the most loved wire gauges in here, and you've got beautiful, delicate, multi-use flowers in here as well. The total saving on that today is astonishing. It's almost £20, almost £20 off. Do you know what? I should have sent you that email. Steve sent us an email back in September that said, and the last line of it, I can't remember the exact specific words, but the last line of that email was something, oh, it's the one at the top. Where does it say? I wonder if we have that one as well. So that's a letter off, an email off Steve that was sent him in January, I think, January, February, that says Tanzanite, dark days, we're not buying it anymore, prices have gone through the roof, about 800%, it's gone up in the gemstone world. First time he's ever been away to Jaipur for 3 days and not come back with Tanzanite. But yeah, in that first email that's on there, he put and highlighted that price. Oh, have you got it? Oh gosh, you're a good director, Ryan, aren't you? It's Monday and you're on the ball. Amazing. Here it goes. Where's it says? Please make sure you don't trash Tanzanite prices, as we might not have it for much longer. Well, we've basically just done that. We've basically just ignored Steve Bennett. It wasn't me, it was Helena. Because we've just trashed the price. We've just taken the money off Tanzanite, which isn't meant to happen. I won't tell if you don't. Your pieces are sensational.
Oh, I've loved this kit. I loved this bundle. I loved it. And it went together so easily. It's one of those ones that just inspire you straight away.
So good.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed it. I didn't want to stop working on it, but I had to, because I had to go to bed.
You have just done so much, and I love how some of them are a statement, you know, really beautiful wearable pieces.
Yeah, I think that's the key, isn't it? Is keeping it toned down enough to make it wearable, but bold enough to be a statement. And I think we've achieved that with the combination of materials. It was easy to achieve that.
We're going to be learning how to make this one today, ladies and gentlemen. How sensational is this piece? We're going to be showing you how to do the wirework section and to make this stunning clasp, which is just a work of art in itself.
Yeah, well, I think we overlook our clasps a bit. So, yeah, I'm going to try and bring that into the demo as well.
Fantastic. Please take a look at this gorgeous bridal / Game of Thrones / kind of Grecian goddess style headpiece. That is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, excuse the dummy. She's been in the wars. She's been glued on and paper mache'd on and all sorts.
Oh bless her. Oh bless.
Yeah, so that hooks on around the ears and actually forces it to stay on the forehead. So that works quite nicely. That one.
That's beautiful, isn't it? I love the Tanzanite heavy piece. I know this is so hard to ask, but you must have known I was going to.
Yeah.
The piece on the ends that much tanzanite, that sensational design, genuine pearls, what price point would we be looking at?
I would say, because we're using plated metals, I'd say around £60. But if I was going to do that in sterling silver, I'd think easily double that.
Easily double that. I absolutely adore the movement to it. It really, really is just beautiful, the way that they kind of hang in these stalactites almost, but they're just gorgeous freshness to them. Just to let you know, I'm getting low in quantity on that kit right now, so please check it out. It's unlike any kit we've ever seen. These earrings absolutely blew me away as well. I think these ones here, what gave you the idea to do those?
They're just flowers with stems, you know. It's just the little stem, because I just popped the head pin through and let it fall down. I thought, oh, that looks like a little stem, so I just made a leaf on it. Yeah, and they're cute, aren't they?
I think they're adorable.
Very cute, and very good for the younger, sort of cross the generations, actually.
Yeah, I think you're completely right.
They're quirky, but they're pretty as well.
Do you know what? A gorgeous Easter gift.
Yes. Yes.
Beautiful for that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Really beautiful. And you've also done another pair of earrings. You've done a bracelet as well. You've done a fully bejeweled tanzanite pair of earrings.
Yeah.
You have made a lot from this.
I have, yeah. And I've got, 3 tassels of tanzanite left that I didn't use.
Wow.
So I've still got, bits and pieces left as well, and loads of wire left, loads.
Fab. Well, there was plenty in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
Let's get started. I just need to let everybody know that if you've got this in your basket, just check it out for me right now. Half of my stock has gone on this kit, so please check it out. When I've got multi-buyers on kits like this, which I have, you know it's popular, so please do check out if you get the opportunity to do so. Where are we starting, Gem?
Right, we're going to start with making this sort of bell shape. It's like a lily. If we can see it from the side, you can see the shape of it.
Yeah.
Now, it's not difficult to form, but if I take you through the process and take you through how to get the weave to bend around, because
I see.
The stages of it are slightly different to what you might imagine.
Okay, brilliant.
So I'm going to start with making that, and then hopefully move on to the clasp.
Fantastic.
Okay, so I've got here 4 lengths of the 0.8 wire that comes in the kit, and they're 7 inches each, and then they're folded in half to make these shapes here. And I'm going to form these into these are going to create the sort of the tulipy bell shape. Okay, so I'm going to take the 0.25 wire that's in the bundle as well. There's so much in here.
Yeah, 50 metres worth of that wire, don't forget.
Yeah, there is. And I mean, I've got one ready on the reel prepping for this one. It's the only reason I'm using a reel, because it would have gone on and on and on. So what I'm going to do first off is take one of my little V shapes, and I'm just going to anchor the wire into there. When I say anchor, what I mean is just take a tail through the end and wrap it around 3 or 4 times, just to keep it in place, okay, and let it just sit at the tip of the V shape. Okay, and then I'm going to wrap around the leg, one of the legs once, and keeping my wire on the reel, because that way I don't have to do any joining at all. This can all be done without removing it from the reel. So now I'm going to add in the next of my V's, and I'm going to wrap around the tip again about 3 or 4 times, just to keep it nice and secure. And then again we add in another one and hold it in place and wrap in 3 or 4 times. And what I'm doing for this stage is I'm wrapping in the center right on that V, and it draws the wire into position to add in the next one, but also keeps it nice and tidy in the center too. So now my last of my 4 are going to go in again 3 or 4 times around that top V, and now we're going to draw these around together. Now if I were you, I'd cut this little tail off. I never usually cut tails off, but in this instance it gets in the way, so make sure it's attached and then just trim it off so it doesn't get in your way. Excuse me. So now we're just going to draw these round together and go around the first one you put on with the wire that's come from the last one. And we're going to go again 2 or 3 times just to keep them together. Right, so now we're ready to start weaving. So what I'm going to do is keep them, try and baste them out as evenly as you can, so holding firmly with the centre, just start manipulating those V shapes. We call these the legs now, for ease. Manipulate them so they're roughly even, but don't get too stuck on them being even. It doesn't matter that much. Okay. I mean, if they're like this, then it's going to matter. But let's, just as long as they're roughly even all the way around. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to just do the most simple of weave there is, really. We're going to go straight over 2, so bridging the gap there, straight over and all the way around the leg. Okay. And again, straight over and all the way around the leg. Pulling it nice and tight every time. Straight over and all the way around the leg. I'm going to go around a couple of times and you'll see how we try and keep it all nice and separate for you. Straight over, around the leg, all the way around. So what you're ending up with is all your wires sort of on the top. They're not coming underneath at any point. So the only time they go underneath is to wrap around the leg. Okay, so always over the top, under and round, over the top, under and round, over the top, under and round. Now, the first few layers around are the most time consuming because as you're going around, you're just making sure the position's right. Okay, because if you over pull here, what happens is it pulls that leg round. Could you see what happened there?
Yeah, it pulled it
round. So we want to try and keep, as we're the first few wraps, we want to try and keep the legs spaced evenly, and I find the best way to do that is just to hold really firmly your finger and thumb in the centre.
Okay.
And because these the legs are open at the ends, it's easy to weave them because you're not having to thread. You're just going round. So if I keep going round a few more times, we'll see how this is building up. Now, you think this is it looks quite time consuming, but actually I know how long it takes. It takes 50 minutes because with how I do it, because to make the whole thing, because I did it during an episode of Walking Dead. Walking Dead.
So that's how I know.
Yeah, so
that's exactly how I know.
So
as soon as the zombies stop attacking, you're finished.
So you can do it with not paying it too much attention either. It's only this first stage that needs your attention, and then it gets a bit easier. So what I'm trying to get it to a point, I can show you how to start curving it round, and then I've got one ready.
Okay, I'll let you keep building that up until you get to that point then, and I will bring people at home a little bit of a treat. How do you feel, ladies and gentlemen, about getting your hands on a tool? Now, this is a tool that I know Gem Crow loves, and I think it's something quite important with the 1.25.
Yes.
Got the chase hammer, fantastic. Yeah. But we've got
the rubber block.
Yes,
I've seen that for ages.
It's back with us now. Why do you love this so much?
Couple of reasons. One, it's a great sound barrier, so you pop it under your block to protect your surfaces and limit the sound. Two, it's great if you just want to harden your work without flattening it. So you can, for example, you can put your work straight onto that block, and then hammer the back of it. The front will stay nice and clear of marks and dinks, but you'll still work hard in it.
Because if we are working with, say, the 1.25, which of course we had in the kit, and you do want to work hardening. When we talk about work hardening, as I've said earlier, our wire is lovely and malleable, which means it's nice to be able to shape it and create it. But sometimes at a point you will want to work harden your pieces, because it means that they'll keep the nice shape that you've given them, or for things like your rings. If you make something with gorgeous malleable wire, then because it's so movable, you can create gorgeous swirls, etc. But of course, if we're wearing it on our ring or a finger or on our wrist, and we can catch it against clothes or doors, and it can slightly bend out of shape, by work hardening it, which simply means hammering it onto either your metal block or onto your bench block, it means that it changes the internal composition of that wire, so it makes it more sturdy, it makes it less likely to bend out of shape or to get caught on things. So it's really a great way of giving your pieces almost more wearability in a way. We can also create kind of different looks in our pieces. For example, a normal shepherd hook can go to something a little bit different and high end if you just hammer it in the right area to give it a beautiful kind of flattened design. It's so useful, it really, really is. And the rubber block, it is back by popular demand. You can use it by itself, as we've already said, but you can also use it alongside your steel block too if you want to. It is wonderful. It can stop, like we said, with the noise, but also it can give you an aspect of kind of a less slippiness as well. And one thing I think this is great for is if you had your metal block on top of it, you've then obviously got yourself quite a bit of depth really before you meet the table, and that can be great if sometimes we want to hammer say onto the corner of our block and want to give it a really sturdy bend, or also if you know you're big into your safety and you do want to have that more space for you to kind of have a purchase point with the block on top, then it's perfect for that. I have also got some wire in here as well. It's your 0.6 wire in that gorgeous copper colour for you today. So your stainless steel chasing hammer, I haven't even talked about that yet. You've got the ball pine section on the end, gives you a nice texturing look to your pieces, and you've got the flattened end as well. It is perfectly weighted, really beautifully weighted, so that you don't have to overwork. The hammer does all the job for you, but also it's perfectly designed so it won't damage your wire. Your price point today for all of this should be $12.96.
Which is amazing.
Which is an amazing price.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because for your hammer, you could be paying more than that, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Just with that alone.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
We are going to take it down, though. Didn't realise we were going to that.
Because wire would cost about that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything else for free. It's brilliant.
That is a bargain. That really is an absolute bargain. And I would say to you, even if you're looking at this, because with things like our blocks, we will do it with a hammer often, so you might already have hammers at home. We do have quite a few different styles of hammers, so you might not have this specific one. But also I would say that if you have got a hammer for, say, things like texturing or letter stamping, it can dint, it can give the surface of your hammer a little bit of a texture, which then means if you do want to use your hammer just to flatten wire and not texture it, well, you can't really avoid that. So it's always handy to have a hammer that's nice, clean, flat, pure.
Yeah, it is, and I need to get another hammer in my stash because I keep just using the wrong one. So
yeah,
it's good to have 3 or 4. I think I have about 4 or 5 different hammers out on my bench all the time.
It is so useful. Loads of you coming in for it. Names I've got off my screen. I've got loads more treats coming up for you, but get this whilst you can. $7.95 for you today. Back with you, Gem.
Right, back with me. Okay, so I've done this section here. It looks a bit like a spider's web, but what we'll do now is we want the nice flat side. You've got a side here with the that are ridged or like spined, you know, where we've gone around the legs.
Yeah.
The other side is nice and flat, and that's the side we want on the outer edge of our lily.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is pop my finger to the centre, and I'm just going to push these down around my finger. So I'm bending each of the wires round until they're making almost like a tube.
Okay.
Okay. Now what happens when you do this is the reason you can't do this after is because obviously as we're doing this, it's growing and it's filling a bigger and bigger gap. When you bend them back in, the gap decreases. So we don't want to we want to do this bend sort of gradual, which is why I'm using my finger to make the shape, not a mandrel or anything like that. And I do want a rounded, domed top. You might find you've got the perfect size wooden spoon or something at home, and then that's ideal. You can pop it around that and work.
Fab.
But I find from this point on, I can work with it on my finger.
A bit like
so
a
it's
thimble.
A big awkward thimble, but still.
Massive and awkward, but
so
apart from that, the same.
At first, at this stage, I'm just going to put my finger inside that cap there, because at the moment it's a bit like a bead cap, and just hold it so that I'm holding it firm, and then continue to wrap around. And this time just pull a little bit harder, just to create a bit more tension in between, and that's going to gradually pull them in to make that sort of tubular shape. Okay, so we do this all the way around. If I go round once, and then I'll bring you to one that I've sort of got to the next stage. So we're all the way round. There we go, you see it started to move around the corners.
Yeah,
so I'm going to move on now and change it to the next one.
So this is one you've done down a bit further, but still with the same technique. That looks more thimble-like now.
Yes.
I have a very nice thimble collection, you know.
Do you know my mum used to collect thimbles?
Oh, yeah. Love thimbles. Beautiful.
She used to have about 8 cabinets on the wall with little, you know, the specific thimble cabinets?
Yes,
Have you got those?
yeah. No, my granddad turned me mine, so they're it almost looks like a 3-layered cake.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, amazing, right? Yeah, you could make me a thimble.
Make you a thimble. Right, well, so here we go. We're at this point now, and it's like I've made a little sleeve for my finger. And what I've done is I've kept it on my finger whilst I work for that whole time, and that keeps the veins or legs really even as well.
Fab.
Okay, so now we've woven down far enough to start creating the shape of the lily, and a bit the same as the principle as I said before is, can you see how the weave is thin and widens and then stays the same width, and that's what's helped us create those undulations. So when we start forming the lily, we have to form the wires before we weave them, otherwise the shape won't work.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so for the shape I wanted my lily to be open at one end and sort of fanned out slightly at the other. So if I start at this top end, I'm going to bring these top 2 wires back. So I'm going to do the top and the bottom first. So that's how I want those 2, and the bottom 2 wires I want slightly pulled downwards. So are we getting that? Can you see? So these 2 I've pulled downwards slightly. Run your finger under to get the curve that you want. There is room after for minor adjustments, but not major ones. So we'll do the big ones first. So this is going to come back on itself like that. Now these 2 in between are going to be the bridge between here and here. Okay. So if I get those out of the way from the screen for a minute, you can actually see what I'm doing. We go onto that's it. So I've moved the 2 back ones out of the way just so that you can see exactly what I do with these. Now, so these 2 are coming down. So this one I want to go sort of in between. So it's almost down. It's just, you know, it's almost a gap, the bridge between here and here.
Yeah, I see.
This one I'm going to pull back so that it's almost round. So then that's bridging the gap. You can see how that's gradual now.
I see, gradual, yeah.
Right, so that's what you want to do. So if you do your top and bottom first, and then the 2 in between, sort of to graduate that shape. All right, so you want that shape there. Now if you really want to hold that shape, then you can take each piece, a bit like you just said with the block, and slide each one on to the block like this. And it's hard to show you.
Yeah, no, we can see that.
You slide it onto your block, each one, and gently tap that you can work hard on those just to keep them in place for you.
Brilliant. The hammer and the block is on your screen right now. It's amazing price, $7.95. Probably about 30 left though, so do be quick if you want them.
So, and now what you do is you just continue that weave now into the shape that you've set. So again, try not to pull your tension, just push it down with your thumb each time, but don't allow the tension to be too much, otherwise you'll pull your shape out. Okay, so we're just continuing that weave, so we're going under and over each leg, under and over each leg, and like I said, once you get going, it builds really quickly. Now then, so I don't think I need to show you quite how to do that anymore, because I think it just does build.
Yeah, we get it. Fab.
If I show you on this one, if I take it off of here, I show you on this one, you see the shape that I've created there from the side.
Yeah.
When I've come down to doing this section here, I've spread the weave out slightly. So instead of going once around the leg, because I wanted it to be elongated, I've just gone 2 or 3 times around the leg in between each time.
Got you.
Rather than just once round and back. And that just helps elongate that section and give me that lovely curved shape I'm after. And then on the end of each of the arms, I've just done a small loop in just to hold the weave on the legs, because it wants to, you know, obviously it wants to come off the end. And you might find that useful to do when you're almost at the end, because you'll find that it will start slipping down. It'll help it stay in place for you. So you can do that. And then of course you've got the loops there that you can attach your chains or head pins into. I mean, this might be nice as a tassel pendant instead, and just have things hanging off the end.
Quite a nice idea, that.
So that's it in its entirety,
so fab,
really. To thread the gemstones in, all I've done is taken a loop of wire through the gemstones and then pulled it up through the tip of the sort of dome there.
Yeah, where the stem would be.
Where the stem
flower,
would be.
yeah.
Take it through there, thread it on some gemstones, and then it's ready then to bead into the rest of my necklace.
fantastic.
Okay.
And if you would like to create this look, but perhaps you couldn't stretch to the price of the kit, but you have still got plenty of wire. If you haven't got wire, I have got some coming up for you. But maybe you want to do a look like this with another seriously high-end gemstone.
Oh wow, that's gorgeous.
I thought
Yeah.
you'd love this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your Petro tourmaline. Oh my gosh. That is sensational, isn't it?
I like it just like that. Just the colours.
Just graduated in the colours like this. Petro tourmaline is one of the rarest and most loved types of tourmaline in the world. It has a variety of colour that you can see here in front of you. It does have a variety of colour, but Petro tourmaline, it doesn't come in kind of your reds and your blues, your blues and your purples. It much more comes in this kind of the sunshine, I would say, colour of the spectrum section of the spectrum colour wheel. You get those yellows, you get those bright greens as well. Petro tourmaline gives you this beautiful kind of multi-seasonal colouring. You've got those autumnal colours that again are in that, you know, warmer half of the colour spectrum, but you also get those spring and summer sunshine tones as well, with those gorgeous fresh greens and yellows. Tourmaline is a beautiful gemstone in itself, but Petro tourmaline in particular is one of those gemstones that is often used in boutique pieces, high-end brands and high-end kind of fashion houses work with this gemstone exclusively in certain pieces. I had a little bit of research about this gemstone on the last occasion that I saw it, and you know, big high-end noted and notable kind of treasure houses and jewellery houses have worked with this gemstone completely alone, completely by itself. A lot of the time with things like certain gemstones, you might see them, you know, with accents of diamond or with accents of zircon, but a lot of the time with this tourmaline in particular, it's just been by itself, just with your 9-carat gold, just with, there's one actually which is a gorgeous piece, which is an 18-carat gold ring, just with a beautiful centerpiece of your Petro tourmaline in it. Essentially, it is one of the most beautiful multi-use strands that I could ever hope to bring to you of tourmaline. It really, really is. It's just a gorgeous colour palette, which I think is possibly more intense when you actually get it home. It's beautiful, and it's yours today for just £11.95. This, if this was just, you know, your usual everyday tourmaline, you would probably be expecting around about that price, but this is your Petro tourmaline. This demands a higher price time and time again, even on our sister channel. On our sister channel, they do whole showcases of tourmaline that take, you know, a whole hour or sometimes half-hour shows of showcases of tourmaline, but very, very, very rarely do they even manage to get on Petro tourmaline, but when they do, it's much higher price point than you would expect for the normal everyday tourmaline. This is nowhere near that normal everyday tourmaline. This is special. This is something to add to your collection. It's unique, it's individual, and it's yours today at under £30 is astonishing. £11.95 is your price point. Get it whilst you can. What would you do with this apart from just in this design, which I've got to say I think goes great with that colouring?
It really does. It's lovely in there. Do you know, I'd be tempted just to put a clasp on it, to be honest, because I love how it's graduated, but I'd be tempted to take off each of the sections a colour and make them into a loop in their own right and make a sort of a chain with, you know, from the gems. Yeah, that's what comes to mind straight away.
I love that idea. It's really beautiful. If you've got any amber in your collection, it'd go really nicely.
Yeah, or
really
citrine or smoky quartz. I can see that working.
I've got a gorgeous citrine coming up in Wonders of the World in a bit, so do stay tuned for that. And I've got to say, to me, when you're seeing it kind of, you know, in front of you now, it is more vibrant in real life.
If anybody's got, for me, it's like colour change garnet.
Yes.
If anybody's got any, and you've seen it in every different light,
you're completely right.
That is there without having to change the light. That's what it looks like for me.
It really does. You're completely right. It's definitely in the right palette for that.
Beautiful.
Well done, £11.95. Lots of multi-buyers on that, so do get it whilst you can, because we don't see this often. I'm back with you.
Right, we're going to make a clasp.
Fantastic. So we're moving on to this section here.
Yeah, so first we're going to make the toggle. First we're going to make the hoop.
Right.
That's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
The toggle's the bit that goes through. Yeah.
The T-bar.
First, we're going to make the hoop, and then I'm going to show you how to get it right with the toggle. Because the question people ask me a lot is, how do you make the right size toggle?
Good tip.
So I'm going to make the loop, and then I can explain easier how to get the toggle size right.
Lovely.
Now I'm using this this
Multi-shape mandrel.
multi-mandrel, and if we've got any, they're brilliant. But you can use, if you haven't got these, just find a different, couple of different size shapes, tubes, cylinders that you can work onto, or even your ring mandrel, top and bottom, you could work onto. So I've taken a length of wire. I don't need this much. We cut some off. You probably only need about 30 or 40 centimetres to give you enough to actually do the clasp and then to handle and work with easily. So sort of around the, around the centre-ish, gonna make my first hoop. So my first ring around on the largest of the circles. Okay, and then I'm going to pull that up and then find the next size circle down, hold where my circle crosses onto the mandrel. So there's where it meets. I'm going to hold it down firmly and take the wire around the mandrel again.
Okay.
Keep a hold of it and pull that wire all the way round. Okay.
Got you.
So what we've got then is a hoop within a hoop.
Brilliant.
Okay, I think I may have gone a little bit bigger on this one than I did in the one in the kit, but it doesn't matter. That's roughly how you get your 2 concentric circles anyway.
Fantastic.
And then what you do is to hold that in place, I take my flat nose pliers and just pinch where all those wires cross over. Now, take a bit of time to line them up because you'll have one at the front and one at the back.
Okay.
Because they're, you've got the rings
Crossed,
within.
Yeah.
So just pinch it with the tip of your pliers and just pull the wires upwards. Okay, that just helps us keep the shape and know where we are when we're working.
Fab.
All right?
Yeah.
So there we go, and it gives us a handle. So what I'm going to do here is, because I've got a nice big gap, I'm actually going to put a gemstone in there. In the one on the kit, I've just used a spacer bead.
Yeah.
But what we do is we start in the middle to weave, because we want to define that gap before we weave in the centre, and it's almost going to act like a bit of a tension rod then to keep the shape how we want it. Because if we started weaving here, what might happen is we'll end up weaving and you get it all off centre. So if we start in the middle and work either side, we get it staying nice and neat. So I'm going to use a lovely pearl, why not?
A pearl on your clasp.
Yeah,
That's beautiful, isn't it? It's
it.
lovely details like that.
Yeah, a gemstone.
If you do need any tools, any of your side cutters, we don't have the flush cutters in today, but I do have some side cutters coming up for you in the next 10 minutes, so do stay tuned.
Brilliant. Right.
And don't forget gizmo demo very shortly as well.
Oh yeah. Right, I'm cutting a nice long length. Don't worry, because we're going to only use half of it at a time, because we're going to start in the centre.
Okay.
So, go with the length you can work with and double it, and then work from the centre outwards.
Okay.
So onto the centre of this nice long length of 0.25 wire, I'm going to thread on my gemstone. And we want something large enough just to bridge between those 2 wires. So I think that's probably about right.
Perfect.
So we'll pop that pearl in there. So with the one wire, we're just going to come up and round the hoop and just secure it in place. So wrap 2 or 3 times. Well, let's go for 3. 3 times around at the bottom, and then on the inner circle we'll go 3 times around as well.
So we're doing that just to keep it in place, sometimes known as anchoring, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. So keep it nice and tight, because we don't want much room for movement. So we'll pull it in nice and tight. So we're almost 3 times around. Okay, so that's then giving us our points at the centre. So make sure that stays central, because at the moment it does want to slip around. And then all we're going to do is weave this section first. And what I tend to do is do a few wraps one side and then repeat on the other side. So also, because the inner circle is going to take less times to wrap, because it's smaller than it will the outer. So what we do is we just wrap, every time we just wrap once around the inside circle with our wire, put it up through the middle, and then where we wrap once, we're going to wrap 3 times around the outside circle.
If the outside circle was smaller, would you do less, or would you always do 3 on the outside? Do you know what I mean? Depends on the difference.
Yes, it will depend on the difference, and you'll get an eye for it. So I make it up as I go along.
Right.
So I think, well, okay, I know I'm going to do, to get that same angle.
Yeah.
I'm going to do 3, and then if it looks like it's too small, do 4 the next one.
Got you.
As
long as it's even on each side.
That's right.
Doesn't
As long as
matter,
it's
does it?
consistent, it's fine. You might want to take the time to be mathsy about it and work it out. Sometimes I quite enjoy a problem like that, you know, a maths problem like that. So you might be one of those.
Yeah.
I want to do that. Okay, so I've done 3 around the outside, so I'm going to come up through the middle and just wrap once around the middle. Now when you get going, I'll show you there's a much easier way of doing it, but first you need to hold everything in place at the top.
Okay.
To do this. So once around, and then 3 times around the outside, and repeat on the other side. So once I've done 2 wraps, 2 of my weave sections,
okay,
this side I'm going to repeat on the other side. What I might do, Becky, is I might give you this to finish off while I do the toggle. What do you think?
Yeah, no probs.
You happy with that?
Yeah, of course I am.
You are?
Yeah, of course
All right,
I am.
I'm going to do the other side quickly first, and then I'll hand it over then.
Yeah, good plan.
And then I can come back and show you the finish.
Yeah, good, good.
You look bored. No.
So at the bottom of your screen is the kit. It's £45.95. It's an absolute astonishing price point. If you've just tuned in and maybe you haven't seen these amazing gemstones that we're working with, tanzanite double strander in this kit. We've used it on these amazing centerpieces. You get a double strand of emerald in this as well, which is just absolutely phenomenal. And you also get in there a strand of pearls. You get 110 meters worth of wire, including a 1.25 as well. And you get these 20 of these beautiful little shell flowers that we've used on things like the headdress. It is truly, truly wonderful. It really is beautiful. Just to let you know, I have been told that we are running extremely, extremely low on the kit right now. So I'm actually going to bring you something else to kind of take its place if we can. I promise you that we bring you the side cutters, so I better bring these to you now, hadn't I? These are your comfort grip side cutters. So called comfort grip because they are more comfortable on the grip. I should write blurbs on the back of books, shouldn't I? Really?
The reason they're more comfortable on the grip is because they've got a broader handle.
Handle, yeah.
So it sits nicely in the palm of your hand, because that's where you find the most pressure.
Absolutely. In fact, if I show yours in comparison. Is it called a blurb on the back of a book?
Yes.
I could write them, couldn't I? Game of Thrones. There's a few games. People sit on thrones. A lot of death. You'd buy that, wouldn't you? Oh, spoiler. Spoiler alert. Take a look at these comfort grip. This is just a normal kind of set of pliers that I have here for you. These aren't cutters, but they are the handles that you'll be expecting to get in things like our starter jewellery toolkit. And then these are the ones that we're working with now. So you can see the comfort grip is so much different. There's a lot more girth on the comfort grip ones, as you can see if I hold them alongside each other. You can see, and the lovely thing about that is you don't have to work as hard with your hands. Also, they are slightly extended as well, so if I put these in line to where the actual handle section starts, you can see they are slightly extended, the comfort grip, which means see, it's a little bit different, because as a lot of you will know, there is a bit of a pressure point just here in your hand, and if you kind of push it that in the wrong way or you overwork it, it can feel almost bruised actually. But with these ones, they actually go past that pressure point in your hand, so they're much more comfortable for a lot of people to work with. So they're fantastic for that reason. Great for cutting essentially your wires. It cuts through really, really easily, easy peasy to do. And the lovely thing about it as well is they do just trim through nicely, but they do actually hold on to some of your wire as well. I know with certain cutters that I've had in the past, once you cut through like I just have now, it'll kind of ping off in certain directions, but with your gauges of wire, with your newer pliers, they do actually hold on to them quite nicely, so it keeps it nice and neat and you don't take Brother Pete's eye out. We've also got the wire in here for you actually. I've got plenty of wire in here, which is sensational. Pink wire is your 0.6 and that gorgeous rich blue in the 0.6 as well. hey, if you've got that hammer and block before, the rubber block, if you do want to make things like your earring findings with these, you could hammer them just in that spot in the earring wire, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, or just to work harden them, it's good to put the coloured wires particularly onto a rubber block rather than a metal one.
Stops the colour coming off as much.
Yeah, it stops any problems like that.
Any kind of abrasions to the colouring. So 20 metres worth of your 0.6 and your 5-inch side cutters with the comfort grip. Your price point should be $11.85. Genuinely oh, you're joking. Oh, I was just going to say genuinely sensational price. Helena says she wants to get you in the mood for the 8 products under £8 later on, so she's going to take this under £8. Quite a bit under. £6.95 for you today. That you could pay easily that for a pair of pliers, and I mean, if you found a pair of comfort grip pliers cutters at that price, you found yourself a bargain. But actually you get 20 metres worth of wire with this as well. It's a really great price. Maybe you're sat at home and you've got you're aware that it's Easter holidays, maybe you've got the teenagers over at the weekend, or maybe you've got the grandkids over to look after at some point, and you're thinking of how to keep them entertained. Well then, if they're off for 2 weeks, why don't you order these today? You can get them started, especially for the older teenagers. So maybe you're thinking about, going away to uni at the end of the year, and maybe, trying to make a little bit of extra money. It's perfect to get them started. A little bit of wire and your essential cutters, just $6.95 for you today. Loads of you coming in. I don't think people expected that price, if I'm honest. Get it whilst you can, and you know what, things like this are great if you want to. If maybe your springtime resolution is, do you do springtime resolutions?
I'm constantly making resolutions.
Weekly. It's called Monday. Monday resolution. If you're making your springtime resolutions, spring clean, it's a fresh start, maybe you're thinking of doing jewellery parties or whatever, great to get your hands on a fair few of these so everyone can have their own piece and their own tools to work with, and also then you could sell them on at the end of the event if you wanted to. $6.95, absolute bargain. Well done. £6.95 for you. 20 metres worth of wire and the cutters.
Right. Okay, I've
to
speed up the process, because you can do this, and because my clasp is actually much bigger than the one I made in the design, but it doesn't matter. It just shows you can actually set that channel, because basically that's what that is. You've created a channel. I've just popped in some more pearls, so we're going to have an even more decorative clasp. So do you want to carry on?
Yeah.
Fill in that space in, and I'll make a toggle.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So the toggle is one that people ask about quite a bit, and is that because you've got to get it the right size?
Yeah, that's the most frustrating thing, is you make a most beautiful toggle in clasp, you spend all this time, and then all of a sudden you think, hang on, my toggle doesn't actually go through my clasp. So I'm going to give you a few tips that will hopefully help you to get that right.
Okay.
And it's taken me a lot of trial and error to do this. So in effect, the inside of my loop is this size, and that's obviously what is most important when making your toggle, not the outer one.
Not the outer one.
So the inside one is this size. So when I make my toggle, what I've got to make sure is that the depth of the toggle can go through. It doesn't matter necessarily about the width so much, so long as the depth, and then possibly the first 2 or 3 beads on my strand can actually go through that gap.
Okay.
So if I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to use, this is the 1.25 wire here, which is nice because it's really strong on its own, and you don't need to wrap it or add too much detail to it to make it strong.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a curve, make a loop in the centre, and it can be as simple as that. It can be as simple a loop as just crossing the wires over, and that can be the start of your toggle clasp. Okay. So what we need to make sure when I make these arms is that they can pass through, and it's this depth that's important. So the depth between the bottom of the toggle clasp and the top, not the side to side.
Okay.
Okay. So as long as we stay within that distance there with our toggle, we can manage it.
Got you.
So what I'm going to do now is bend these legs out slightly and round, because I want a rounded one that's going to sort of hook into my loop, and let's trim them down to about this length. So this is about 1.5 inches. I'm trimming these down to, and then take the round those pliers, and I'm going to create a small spiral on the end of each of the wires. Okay. like so. So just pop your round those pliers in, twist it round. Okay. So this is my toggle clasp so far. Now that looks like a huge toggle clasp, doesn't it? But it still will work even though the width of it is really big, because I know that this whole toggle will pass through the centre of my loop. Okay, so it's going to definitely pass through.
Okay.
So just to check how it's sitting, I always just pop that through there, and you can see here now the depth of that it's not going to sit very well, because that's how it's going to fall.
Okay.
Like this. So I want to manipulate the size of these arms then a little bit. So I'm going to kink them up a bit, either side. So it looks a bit like a moustache actually. And I'm also going to shape the toggle so that it doesn't lay flat, so that it actually lifts up, so that when I pop this in, when I pop the toggle in, everything is going to lie flat. So I need to manipulate the shape.
Okay.
Okay, so all I'm going to do is lift the sides slightly, so slightly turn them up. One end, slightly turn it up, the other end, and then slightly wiggle these round so that they're still flat. So I'm just flicking these up. Just give them a pinch, put them back in shape. If you lose your spirals, just pinch them back in. So if we just double check that that is still the right width, see the wider points of the circle, they still go through, so that whole thing on its side would still pass through that loop. So just keep an eye on that.
Okay.
And if we tuck it in, we can see now that that actually hooks the clasp.
I see, yes, so that fits perfectly in there,
Yeah.
because it's still, and that's quite a good thing about doing it curved then, as opposed to if you think of T-bar, you think flat.
Flat, yeah, and you know, it's okay with, if you haven't got a very bulky loop to put your clasp through, because they will sort of sit next to each other.
Okay.
But if you've got quite a nice decorative one like we've got, you want something that's shaped so it doesn't, so that clasp can sit straight, because actually the clasp is going to be a feature, so you want it to
sit nice.
Sit face on.
Fab.
The only thing I'm thinking here now, and I'm just talking you through my process that I go through, the only thing I'm thinking here now is that my loop is it's a bit shallow, so my loop is actually sitting, it's going to actually sit underneath my clasp. When
I see what you mean.
So I'm just going to make the depth a bit more. So all I'm going to do is hold my loop, pull these arms down a little bit. So all I do is grab them, pull them down a bit, so it elongates that loop at the top. And again, just double check that you've not gone too over the top with the width, so it still passes through my loop. And then we can see how that sits now. You can see that would
You can see it's prouder now, isn't it?
Yeah. So and that would work if this toggle was straight too. So this is a nice hooky toggle, and obviously when you've got the weight of your necklace, that pulls it really quite firm.
Fab.
Okay, so if we have a look at where you are with your weaving.
I haven't finished it yet, but I've
Beautiful
done quite a
work.
bit for you.
Wow, you're very good at that.
Well, thank you. This is not my first rodeo, Gemma Crow.
Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, that will definitely pass through there, and will sit in there. Well, obviously I put more gems on this one than I did on the other one, so you just make sure that the gems aren't going to get in the way of your.
But you could just bend the arms, I suppose, couldn't you,
can
on
bend the
either
arms,
side?
manipulate the arms. If we pinch them in a bit,
They'd rest in
they'll
between.
rest in between.
Ah, good tip.
And so this is the little thoughts that you need to go through when you're making these components.
Of course.
But once you can make your own toggles and clasps, and you know those little tricks about how wide the toggle bar needs to be, or the size of the toggle to fit the clasp, then you're away really. You can carry on. Okay, so that's that. And then at the end, if I just finish this one to create the loop, what I've done here is first take one of the arms, and if you put your pliers back into the centre there, remember that little gap I had?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to just take one of the wires, so that gives you a nice grip, one of the wires, and wrap it around the other once or twice. So let's go once, once will be enough, because we're going to do that again with the other one in a minute, so that's going to be plenty.
Okay.
So we've gone once around, trim that one down to about, what's that, about 1/3 of an inch or maybe an inch?
About an inch.
Just depends on what you like. So, and then this end bit, spiral in. So take the tip of your round nose pliers and spiral in, and we're working with the 0.8 for the actual loop section here, because so it's easy to manipulate.
Okay.
And with all that weaving, if I was doing a simple loop, I would probably use the 1.25 or 1 mil wire as a minimum. Okay. But because we're weaving into it, it's going to be very strong. Okay, and then the other loop, the other end, I've created a loop, so kink the wire over at a 90-degree angle, like so. Pop your round nose pliers in, pull the wire all the way around. You can reposition your pliers to come back the other way, all the way around like this, and then take that wire all the way around, wrapping until the wire comes back to the front again, and then again trim this wire down to about 1 inch and spiral this side too. So very nice fine spiral with the tip of your pliers. Roll it into position, so just keep manipulating it and then fold it to position it where you want it on your clasp. So I want it just there. So my loop there is to thread my gems into, and it's finished decoratively.
I think that is beautiful, and I love that we've discovered how to do such a decorative clasp that actually, for me, could just be a centerpiece and a clasp of a necklace.
Yeah, well, the bracelet there, I deliberately made the decorative clasp so that it actually forms the focal on the bracelet too. Yeah,
stunning, isn't it? Just beautiful. Gem, you are a complete angel as always. I know a lot of people are going to be trying these designs at home. I just think they're gorgeous. I really do. We are going to be back straight away with Gemma after the break, because we are going to be showing you how to use the Back by Popular Demand tool. Stay tuned for the deluxe gizmo and Wonders of the World. We'll see you in a bit.
Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience. Come and join JewelleryMaker on Facebook and get involved with over 50,000 people who have liked us. You'll get up-to-date information about our channel from the latest images of designs by our fantastic guests, gossip on what is coming up in the shows, and the newest information on our workshops. You can get in contact with jewellery makers all over the world and get some fantastic hints and tips. Simply search JewelleryMaker in the search box or go to facebook.com/JewelleryMaker UK and you're there. You don't even need to have a Facebook account. We can't wait to see you there. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
We really appreciate your support here at JewelleryMaker. So we'd like to give you something back every time you refer a friend to us. Once your friend's order is delivered, you'll both be rewarded with a free £10 credit to each of your accounts. Simply log onto your account or ask our call centre team to find your Refer a Friend code, give it to your friend and have them type it into the refer box when they sign up online. Alternatively, give the code to our friendly call centre team and they'll do the rest. So come and bring your friends into the fabulous world of jewellery making. Jewellery Maker, share your passion.
Welcome back everybody to Designer Inspiration. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Rebecca Redican and this is Gemma.
Hi. Forgot it was me. Yeah, that's me.
Oh yeah, that is me. Oh yeah. I've heard that name before. Hang on. How are you, Gem?
Yeah, I'm well.
You were about to demo for us the deluxe Gizmo toil.
I thought you said toy up, as in like tool up.
Yeah, let's everyone toy up. I have got for you here your deluxe Gizmo coil. Now, you don't laugh at me, Peter. Don't laugh. You might be my brother, but I'll tell Mum. You have got here your wire coiling gizmo. Now, this is the deluxe gizmo. You have, different to the original gizmo, which just has the 2 rods, you actually have 5 rods with this. 5 different thicknesses. It tells you the diameter of each of them on the back, actually. There is a 1.2 mil, a 1.6, a 3.2 mil, a 4.2, and a 5.2 mil. These are sensational and a must-have to create gorgeous textured looks, to create beautiful frame-like pieces, to make torques, to create jump rings. These are an absolute essential. And if you have been getting into chainmail of late, boy oh boy oh boy, you may well not have seen this because we've not had it in since August. We literally couldn't make them fast enough. If you have gotten into chainmail and you want to, you've got your chainmail, you know, your cutting pliers, and you want a mandrel that can do a serious amount of jump rings at one time in a variety of sizes, then this is perfect for you. It really, really is. These are the types of looks that we can create with our wire coiling gizmo, and we're actually going to see exactly how to make a piece similar to this later on in our second designer inspiration. This is from that designer inspiration, giving you a bit of a clue as to some of the things we've got in that kit for you. This is the gizmo coiling section we have here. If you've not seen a gizmo coil before, you can see this beautiful, really professional effect that we've got here. Why do you like the gizmo so much, Gem?
I love how it can make me all my jump rings in the colours of my wire, so I can make matching jump rings. So that's the easiest and simplest thing that I use mine for. But then I like how you can transform like a lower gauge non-structural wire like an 0.6 into a structural piece.
Fab.
They're just lovely. And if you're new to wire work, it's probably the most satisfying wire tool to use, because you can make really professional looking jewellery really easily, and you always get good results. There's no failures, you know, you always get a good result.
Always a good result.
Yeah.
And there's loads of you coming in for this. Is backed by popular demand. Your price point today for this amazing tool is just £7.95. This is going to last and last and last. And you do get the clamp with this one as well, which we do not get with the original. You can see it at the top there. So you can clamp it onto your table. It is just a fabulous bit of kit. We've actually already got ours clamped in here to the table. It is a wonderful piece of kit. Your names have gone off my screen, but to every single one of you, well done. Whether you're brand new or you've been doing wire work for ages, it's backed by popular demand. It is your deluxe coiling gizmo, and we're going to see now exactly how easy it is to use. And what I will say to you is, if you are buying this now and maybe you're going to want a refresher, just on your phone or in your diary, make a little bit of a note about this date and this time, and then then you can watch us back on YouTube once you get your kit at this time, and refresh your memory when you first get it. £7.95 for you today on your wire coil and gizmo. Let's take a look how to use it.
The other thing, did you say we've got loads of DVDs on Gizmo?
Very true, yeah, we have loads.
Loads of DVDs, so that's a great way to
Have a
some
look on the
project
website.
ideas as well.
It's a great one. Have a look on the website or call the call centre.
Yeah. Okay, so doing this is so simple. You select the size mandrel you like or you want. I'm going to go in the middle somewhere, so I've got this size here. And you take your wire, leave your wire on your reel, take your wire and hold it, nice tail, like 10 centimetre tail there for ease, and you wrap around the loop of that mandrel 2 or 3 times. And then don't have this sticking out because this might scratch you as you're working, so just tuck that in around and maybe point it downwards.
Okay.
So that's attaching it to the mandrel. Then you take your mandrel and pop it through the corresponding hole where it fits.
So what you can't see is that, oh, you can perfectly,
Okay,
different size. Oh, multi-camera, look
Got
at
4 holes there. So what this does is bridges the gap, so it stops the mandrel from moving up and down. If it's just through one, you try to hold it with your hand, it moves. I'm going to drop my wire to the ground. Okay, so I'm just ducking down, and that's usually how I do it. Now all you do is you hold on to this section of the mandrel, this we call this the handle, this bit, and you literally turn the handle. Now what I'm doing with my other hand is I'm keeping the wire pulled out, a bit of tension on that wire, and I'm just holding my thumb along it just to help keep the tension right, and you literally, that's it. Some people
amazing,
like to hold across like that to keep it down, and either you'll find a way that suits you, and that's it, and we just keep winding, and you'll get really fast at this, and eventually you just go round and round.
You can do whole talks with this, you can do petals with this, you can do clasps with this tool as well. It is so easy. You can actually use it if you kind of stretch it out as a bit of a base for a weave in a way, can't you?
Yes, which we're going to do in the next inspiration. Yeah.
Ooh,
so we'll be using these coils next one. If you find, I'll just show you a few pitfalls you might find. You might find that this, if you haven't got your tension quite right,
to coil,
you get that.
Yeah.
All you need to do is push against the mandrel. You'll see a few loops appearing. But now, if I hold the wire out tight, so I'm not allowing it to slip, and then turn my mandrel, it would tighten all of it back up.
Brilliant, like it should have been before. Fab.
So there's one thing that might happen. Another thing that could happen is this.
I see, so it's going, can you see that? Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so it's come back on itself, and all you do then is just pull.
Oh, how easy is that?
Back, push it up again to get the tension, and wind again. But that's about as many mistakes as you can make with it.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant, yeah.
And you can, of course, gizmo coil a gizmo coil to give you a totally different look as well, can't you?
Oh yeah,
so much
you take
to do
it
with
so
this.
far.
Honestly,
a brilliant,
it's one of
fundamental.
those pieces of kits that you look at and think, wow, that's really easy, but then when you actually get it to play with, it just opens your mind up to the amount of things you can do.
There's so much you can do, and there's so many tutorials online. You never get stuck. And even when you're not, making gizmo jewelry, you'll find uses for it all the time. It's very rare I don't use a gizmo coil at some point for some, even to space out your gemstones. It's great because I don't want gemstones all the way around my neck, so I just put a gizmo coil around the back section, which will, free up my gems.
Good tip.
So there's your coil.
That is so simple, Gem. Thank you for showing us that.
You're welcome.
It is back by popular demand, but your names have gone off my screen a couple of times. We've got guest designers coming in left, right and centre for it, as well as many, many others as well. It's so easy to do. Just remember, make a note of today's date at this time and watch us back on YouTube for a refresher. Gem, I'm coming back to you in about 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll be with you soon.
How can you give me a praise you light and then not give me any time to work with it? That's not fair. I'm not going to concentrate at all.
It's not my fault. I blame Helena.
Yeah, it's Helena's fault.
Because I can. Come with me, bro. Hello, everybody. It's Monday. How's your Monday going? Monday can be a bit of a funny day one, can't it? See, I nearly threw that whole box of product on the floor then. Make space for my brew. That wouldn't have been funny Monday. Do you like Mondays?
Do you know, it's a funny one because I've been really confused what day it is. I'm dreading the bank holiday weekend because it's going to throw me out even more.
Throws you off, doesn't it? Throws you off
I'm
kilter.
completely out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It throws you off kilter completely. I don't mind Monday. Monday,
I don't
start of the
usually.
week, fresh start, isn't it? I hope you're having a lovely Monday, especially if you've got the day off because it's half term. If you're a teacher, maybe, although you're probably still working, marking things. And if you are, just watch this in the background, and I hope you're having a lovely day. I have got some wonders of the world for you right here, right now. And boy, oh boy, are these true wonders. They really, really are sensational. Some of these things are pure rarities, some of these are just rarely seen at JewelleryMaker, and all of them are given to us by Mother Nature. So let's get started. I did have a message in earlier on from someone asking when this strand of sapphire is coming up specifically. It will be coming up with you in the next 20 minutes. Totally natural, biggest sizes of genuine natural sapphire. Oh my gosh, I just adore it. Look! Oh, it's one of the biggest pieces I've seen in a long time, maybe ever. They're coming up for you. Graduated strand, so it's really workable. That's coming up. First time you've seen it on Design Inspiration. Let's give you something very quick. It's a wonder of the world because it was found by accident. I've never actually had the opportunity to bring you bi-coloured tanzanite before, but I have now. It's part of our gem collector selection. I have the last in stock. Get it whilst you can. Stunning bi-coloured tanzanite. Now it's hard underneath these lights to see that bicolour effect, but essentially what you're getting here is you're getting that beautiful, beautiful coloration change. It's from a gentle green to that notorious blue you'd expect from tanzanite. You get with this the tanzanite itself, you also get the authenticity as well. It tells you the treatments, it tells you the location, it gives you all the certification and the stickers for it as well. Last chance to get this. I've now only got a couple left. Price point today for tanzanite, bi-coloured tanzanite, just £29.95. I would say to you genuinely, I know we keep saying to you, if you can get tanzanite, get it, keep it, store it, you know, maybe even get it valued in a few years' time. What I would say is you get the opportunity to get really exceptional quality tanzanite like this, then definitely, definitely, definitely get it and definitely keep it for a rainy day. £29.95 is an absolute bargain, and if you raise that in your mind by about 800%, that's how much this would be going for in some place on the market at the moment. So get it whilst you can. Great investment. £29.95. Can I ask you something? What do the following gemstones have in common? Black opal, red beryl, alexandrite and jadeite. They're all they've been depicted as 4 of the top 10 rarest gemstones in the world, and I've got one of them for you right now, jadeite. This has been classified as one of the top 10 rarest gemstones in the world, along black opal, alongside alexandrite, alongside tanzanite, of course, alongside also your red beryl. Diamond hasn't made it anywhere near into that list. Diamond is nowhere near as rare as jadeite in many for many different reasons. Jadeite is an exceptional gemstone, which rarity is increasing so much that therefore so is the price. Have you got that slide I sent to your eye? So you've got jadeite. This is a section that's been taken off that website that I found for you, that basically says that it's the rarest, and that it also says that jadeite is mainly found in limited quantities, and basically talking to you as well about the prices. Jadeite necklace at nearly $10 million it sold for in auction, so we know the rarity of it. This is a more up-to-date kind of piece about the jadeite itself as well. These are 2 bangles that have been relatively recently sold. Now these bangles carved from a piece of jadeite that was found in Burma. Now please note that this is also your Burmese jadeite that I have in front of you right now. Jadeite, again, don't forget, jadeite, much more expensive, the most expensive variety of jade, don't forget. So it's essentially saying that these 2 bangles in front of us are found in this location, very small quantities, demanding huge sums of money. Can I ask you, how much do we think those 2 bangles went for recently in auction? How much? £7. They're jadeite. Seven what, thousand? Right, 7,000. Anyone else? 7,000. Any other takers? Pete, what are you saying?
7.
Wait, am I watching the wrong show? 7! 7, that's exactly what Helena's just said. Don't just copy Helena. 8? Okay, 8. What are you saying? Do you say 10? 10,000. Gemma, what are you saying?
I'm going to say 32,000.
32,000. Gemma is the closest, but nowhere near. 3.7 million.
Wow.
I know, Pete just did the... What was that face that you just pulled then? Do the exact face you pulled.
I can't recreate it.
Yes, you...
It's like...
It was that. I felt like I was watching Home Alone. But yeah, genuinely, that is the price point that jadeite is going for now. Your price point on this is nowhere near that today. 80 carats worth of jadeite should be. Yeah, should be £17.95. The rarity of this is astounding. The quantity of it is ridiculously low. Your price point today for the most expensive variety of jade, £14.95. Could you get other variety of jade? Could you get nephrite at that point? Yeah, you could get nephrite for quarter of that price point realistically, but it wouldn't have the colour, it wouldn't have the hardness of this, it wouldn't have the notoriety of this jadeite either. My quantity of this is ridiculously low. We currently are finding it very hard to buy in any more jadeite. Jadeite is going to be one of those things, I think, in the future that when you see it, actually the prices could well go up, or when you see it, it will be one of those hindsight strands. Do you know what I mean? One of those, do you remember when they used to have jadeite on quite a bit and now they hardly ever have it on? It genuinely is going to be one of them. Noted as one of the top 10 rarest gemstones in the world at $14.95. It's absolute investment, and it truly, truly is a major investment, so get it whilst you can. $14.95 for you. Well done, everyone. Now bringing to you lovely producer Helena's favourite. I absolutely adore these. I really, really do. Gem, could you... Because I've got some silver pearls in my collection, actually. They're smaller than this, because these are luxury size pearls. Luxury. Mine are about, I think they're 5 by 7 mil or something. But they are silver colour. What would you do with a silver coloured pearl that maybe you wouldn't do with the more classical white beiges?
I think I would use a silver alongside a white, maybe, especially if I was using, you know, silver and a silver metal, because it would help tone or bridge that gap, and I like doing that. I like a gradual feel, but do you know what? I don't think I would do anything differently. No, to what I would do with a natural pearl. I think, or a white pearl, or a cream pearl. I think it just offers a different appeal. Maybe it doesn't. It's not quite so classic. So maybe it's like a take on a classic, which is often what we do when we renew fashion, isn't it?
Very true.
We mimic what was before, but just change it slightly. So that's
very right. Yeah. I adore this strand, I've got to say. I think it's beautiful. I think it's going to go great with a variety. I'm just wondering what gemstones. I do love working here, because I was looking at that silver strand of pearls I've got the other day and thinking, what have I got that will go with this? And I didn't really have anything. I'm wondering, is tiger's eye going to go? I'm kind of thinking mixed metals. Don't mind that. Bronzite might be quite nice. Quite like that. I'm into kind of urban-y looking. Oh my gosh, I love this strand. I can't wait. I want to own this strand, but I don't think I've got the opportunity to do so. How gorgeous are those?
Oh, they're
little rosebuds, but look, they're balanced at the bottom, so that is a ring. How cute is that? They're like little cupcakes.
Yeah, they're perfect for rings, aren't they?
I love them. They're coming up for you later on, but they'd be cute. Just one of those on a bracelet. Amazing. Your price point today for your luxury size cultured pearls, whatever you want to do with them. Your price point. I've already brought you a strand of luxury size pearls today. Yes, okay, those ones were more of your pure white colour that's more sought after and often, you know, a higher price point because it's so much loved. But I've already brought you a luxury size strand of pearls today, and they were a higher price point than this. The fact of the matter is, I'm last in stock on this, and we've been allowed to take this lower in price. There's no need to, but we're going to. Your price point today, lowest ever price, £14.95. That is only probably about £6 more than I paid for my 5x7mm. These are 10x9. These are nearly a perfect round. Luxury size pearls at that price point. That's genuinely astonishing, isn't it, Gem? 10x9mm at £14.95.
It is astonishing, and it's like I said before, the price points that you can command for those just made up is remarkable.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just well
Beautiful.
done, everyone. It's a wonder of the world because it is your luxury size pearl. It's definitely a wonder at JewelleryMaker because it's only £14.95. Well done, everyone. Loads of you coming in. I know I'm moving on, but I have got about 10 minutes before demonstration, so I've got a few more wonders of the world to fit in. Don't forget, Becky's Bargain Bundles coming up for you later as well. Gemstones have treatments. It's renowned. We know that. We understand that. Everyone pretty much will treat their gemstones. They don't legally have to tell you that they've been treated here in England, but we do. We like to be a transparent company. Treatments, what are they? Okay, it's something that we apply to gemstones that essentially will give it a different look or appeal. These are just a small list of our treatments that we know are on offer, not just by us, but by all of the big name companies. We highlight them in our graphics at the bottom of your screen with a letter. So for example, the letters that you see running underneath the code section will correspond to the treatment that has taken place on the gemstone. For example, what is one? For example, irradiation. Irradiation is actually, I always think it should be an I, but it's not because that's for impregnation. Irradiation is actually an R in the code, and essentially that means that we irradiate a piece, we shoot it with gamma rays so that it gives it a really nice vibrant look and colour and effect. Also, another one is filling, and actually we'll talk more about filling later. It's done vast majority of the time on the big four. Inherently, it's often done on emerald and on ruby and sapphire as well. Dyeing, it's a very, very common sort of practice whereby we apply a colour to a gemstone to give it a different look and appeal. And with my next one, the most common of all treatments really for this gemstone is heat. This gemstone gets heated the vast majority of the time. When I say majority of the time, you know, I could literally be talking about 51% of the time because that is still the majority, but I'm not. I'm talking about closer to 95 to 97, 98% of the time this gemstone will be heated. And not only will it be heated just to intensify its colour, but it will actually be heated to change its entire identity. Around about 95% of all citrine, when it comes out of the ground, isn't actually citrine. A lot of the time it will be smoky quartz, which if you know is kind of the brother to your citrine. It's the darker, smoky brown colour of the gemstone. It will come out of the ground as that, and what we do is we apply around 400 degrees worth of heat to it. And just because of the way that Mother Nature works, and because the effect that that heat has upon the smoky quartz changes its colour and turns into this beautiful, vibrant, zesty yellow tone, which in the quartz world we refer to as citrine. This, however, ladies and gentlemen, has had none of that done to it whatsoever. Mother Nature intended this to be citrine. Mother Nature created this to be citrine, and that's what we're bringing to you today. It's a true wonder of the world because you're getting your hands on round about maximum about 5% of the market. Get it whilst you can, ladies and gentlemen. Your price point today, it's just £9.95. This is natural, genuine citrine. This hasn't come out of the ground as anything else. This hasn't been smoky quartz and then been heated to be what some might refer to as a more attractive brother. Like my brother Pete, for example. That's how people might refer to him. £9.95. It's what Mother Nature intended, and it truly is a wonder of the world. We hardly sell any natural citrine here on JewelleryMaker. It's very, very rare to have it on, but we do today. Great price point. Well done, everyone. Get it whilst you can. Wig P, 85 is your code. It's that time. It's that time. It's that time. Let's get it up on screen. I've spoken to you about treatments. I've spoken to you about how lots of treatments take place. I've even spoken to you about filling of this gemstone I'm about to show you. Is it coming on? sapphire, multicoloured natural sapphire. This has to be one of the most beautiful strands. Just take a look at this. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. Now, sapphire, it's treated a lot of the time it's filled. I have got a picture of you of a filled sapphire coming up for you now, and this is just a photograph taken of a blue sapphire, and what I want you to see is, does the picture look like this, whereby the colour is beautiful and symmetrical throughout, and kind of the body of the gemstone is very much whole in each of the gem? Take a little look. Do you think it is? Well, no, it's not really, is it? Can you see those kind of bubbles internally where they are? Can you see almost those speckles that are internal? That is because this gemstone that is in front of you now has been filled. It's been filled by blue glass. So anyone who's actually purchasing that piece can't genuinely say they're getting 100% sapphire, because they're not. They're getting a lot of sapphire and a bit of painted glass. With this strand though, you can say you are the proud owner of genuine, real deal sapphire. This is natural sapphire, ladies and gentlemen. Natural sapphire is, for me, rarity in its original condition. Now, a lot of people might ask, well, why is natural sapphire so important? Well, I've just shown you there a picture of what, you know, filled sapphire can look like. But also the way I like to think of it is, if you think about an investment piece that you own, maybe an antique piece of furniture, if you get an antique piece of furniture handed down for you generation after generation after generation, and then actually what happens is, say you take it on after it's been in your family for years, and you decide that maybe you like it, you like the design, but you want to modernise it a little bit, and you wax some paint over the top. It might make it look more attractive in your opinion, or the people's opinion. But for example, antique dealerships or owners would definitely say to you, don't whatever you do paint it, it's going to lower the value, it's going to devalue it. That's how people look at gemstones. They look at gemstones like that. This is the original form. This is how Mother Nature intended it to be. Why do we need to mess with it if we don't have to? When you're dealing with natural sapphire, you're dealing with naturally a price hike of at least 50%. Your price point today is astonishing. Just £64.95. I haven't even spoken to you about how workable this is. I mean, look at it. You've got those gentle little delicate piece at the end, round about a 6mm. But even that, actually, for a sapphire, a 6mm sapphire is a true rarity. But then in the middle, natural sapphire with those beautiful pink tones of an absolute huge 10mm round. Gem, what do you think of this graduated strand?
It's beautiful,
isn't it?
I think the coloured sapphires are still new to us all.
Yes.
To have them in that size, you know, we're used to seeing maybe small pieces, but that size and polished like that, I just think they're gorgeous.
Really?
Yeah, we're so
sensational.
Lucky.
I love with your natural sapphire as well. You get that with a lot of them. You see that schiller? That's natural. That's Mother Nature. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Oh, I love it. £64.95 for you today, and I've got to say, these would go quite nicely with some of your designer inspirations today, wouldn't they?
They would, yeah. In fact,
they would,
yeah, they would definitely. They'd work in both bundles,
yeah,
actually,
both kits.
Sapphire with the textiles, that grade of sapphire, that sort of, you know, that dense sapphire you'd definitely work with textiles.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning. Well done everyone who's getting their hands on this, because I've got to say it is genuinely a rarity of the world. So get it whilst you can. It's a very, very, very exclusive strand. Designer inspiration time with you now, Gem. This is a wonderful, wonderful kit. How was it to work with?
Gorgeous. Absolutely good. I knew it. Pip and I put this together ourselves because we've been requested one particular design, so it was done with that in mind, but you know, we've made lots of other designs as well, so you can take it in all sorts of directions. It's lovely.
It is fab,
yeah,
isn't it?
It is.
It's really, really great. Cabochons, and lots of them. These are your beautiful black onyx shapes that we have here. You're going to be getting a variety of different shapes. For example, I've got some ovals, I've got some rounds, I've got some pear shapes in here as well. Multi shapes you'll be getting, but you will definitely be getting around 730 carats worth. That to me equates to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. That equates to, for me, you might get 15, you might get 16, 17, 18, you might get 14, but it will be working out about 730 carats worth of your black onyx. I don't think I've seen black onyx in cab form in a very, very, very long time, so it's gorgeous to have it here today. I'm also adding some more gemstones to this situation. These are really great fun to work with, can imagine.
The champagne-y, the coated are just gorgeous.
Stunning.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
Rainbow orange quartz, that is just beautiful, coated to give you clarity still. You can still see that gemstone, but then to give you that wonderful interest in here. So it's like a melting of colours, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They're just magical. They are magical.
They are gorgeous, aren't they? I think they're absolutely sensational. 85 carats worth on that, and you have got 6 mil on those ones. I've also got in here the citrine too, which would go great with that natural citrine I've just had, because he's slightly more dainty. They are 4 mil that we've got here, 40 carats worth on that strand. It's gorgeous how well they go together, really, really beautifully. I'm also adding to this, perfect for the colour palette, some of your sari ribbon. Sari ribbon is just sensational to work with, and this colour goes perfectly, Gem.
Yeah, it does. It does. What's the colour called? Is it the apricot?
Oh, this one is just
the orange. Yeah, it's fantastic. And the colours, the great gradual, how it graduates into each other when you unwind it, it's just lovely.
Yeah,
really great colours.
If you've never worked with our sari, it is one continuous loop, so there's not loads of bits and odds and ends, one continuous loop, which makes it really workable. And essentially what we've done is we kind of stitched together these different colours, so you get this beautiful blending effect, really nice. And lastly, but by no means leastly, everybody's favourite, it is your metal spacer beads that we have here for you. They are silver plated 3 mil, and you're getting around about 700 in here, so plenty for you to work with. Let's reiterate, you've got all of that onyx, you've got those beautiful spacer beads, 2 strands of genuine gemstones, your citrine and that quartz, and you're getting around about 95 grams worth of your recycled sari silk. Your price point today should be £46.75. Now I know you helped put it together. Can you remember the price you went to? Or do you even know?
No, I didn't even look.
I think you're going to be happy. I think you're going to be very happy. Your price point today should be £46.75, but it's designer inspiration. It's Monday afternoon. We're kicking your week off right with a price drop to just £28.95 for you today. What do you think of that? Over £17 off today.
Well, I just think that's brilliant. It's just amazing. And just for the cabs on their own, I mean, that many cabochons, yeah. And the black, so versatile, you can put those with any bundle that you've bought over the last few weeks, and it's going to make it stretch. So it's not only a good bundle, it's a great stash builder too.
It's a great stash builder for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Please do check out your baskets, absolutely everybody. Well done to you all who are coming in. Stunning price point, and an even more desirable price I would say, for you actually. Black onyx to see in cabochons is such a rarity. It really, really is gorgeous to bring those for you. And we're going to have a nosy at some more of Gem's designs. Don't forget, this is the section where we are going to be looking at how to use those gizmos in different ways.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
This is so different from your previous kit.
Yeah, you couldn't get more different, could you?
No, and I love that about it.
Yeah, and me, I like that because it gives me so much variety at home when I'm working, you know, and keeps everything fresh. So, yeah, so I mean, I love sari silk, so it's lovely to work with it. Always, it's lovely to work with it.
These pieces are beautiful. They are so beautifully kind of tacked out. They're just gorgeous. So you said that you helped Pip put this together because of requests. So what was your original kind of want for that?
Well, I wanted to make this one because this I did in a morning show as part of a bundle, and obviously it's a big lots of processes, so it was one we put aside for doing an inspiration with. But obviously every time I get the silk, I find something else I want to do, and now there's other things I think, oh, I wish I could show that. So next time maybe we'll work through everything eventually. But yeah, Yeah,
it's just a beautiful piece. I'm not surprised loads of people were asking about that. I love, producer Helena has got her eye on this one massively. That is so contemporary.
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to make a few of these up for me, and I think I'm going to interlink them with some gemstone rings as well.
Love that idea.
So I think I'll take that idea a little bit further.
And I adore this look as well. What was your idea with that one?
Again, I think one idea evolves for another. So today we're going to be making frameworks and then wrapping around a frame. So once you know how to make a frame, then you can make all sorts of shapes. So the wheels are always fun to do. And then with the gemstones, you've got a nice graduation in size, which means you've got opportunities to bead different shapes. So wheels always work well.
Absolutely.
So I went with those.
I have got wire coming up for you shortly in a separate bundle if you do need some wire top up, but we thought we'd do this kit as a separate, just so maybe you've got loads of wire and you just want the essentials to create these looks. Well, we've got that opportunity for you to do it, and it's on your screen right now. Over £17 off the original price. It's just £28.95 for you today. Where are we going to start, Gem, on this piece?
Right, we're going to start with making the frame, and then we're going to wrap into it. So I'm going to show you how to make the frame. So what I've done is I've taken, let me just sort out which bit belongs where. Let's go with this long bit first. So I've taken 3 lengths of the 1mm wire that's going to come up in your bundle in a moment. I was given a bundle to work alongside it, but if you've got 1mm wire at home, you can make this. And I've twisted it together with a wire twister tool. Any one will work, just get those twisted for extra strength. And what we're going to do is we're going to make the outer circle. So if I just pull this one off for a minute, you can see here we've got the circle that goes around your neck, which is the inner one, and we've got the outer one. So when you make this first layer of your frame, make sure that you're allowing enough room for your neck and the depth of the piece that you want to create. Okay, so put that back on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say about this size. Okay, so I'm going to have quite a large one here. Okay, and then where it crosses, I'm going to do this first. I'm not going to fully make the clasp first, but what I do want it to do, I'm going to interlock them, because what I do need is, whilst I work, I need this shape held, because it will make a difference when you come to wrap it. If you don't hold it in shape, what you might find is that it becomes a rigid square and then you can't bend it round, so we always need this curve in place as we're working.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just to let you know, I'm in Last Chance Saloon on that kit almost. Once everyone checks out, I will be, so do get it if you want it. And also, if you do want to be able to twist the wire like this, then you are going to need a wire twisting tool. I've got one here. It's one of the easiest ones we do, isn't it?
It is. It's the one that is always out of my work, on my workbench, that one that's in my tool bag all the time.
Super duper duper easy to use. In fact, Gem's got hers already set up. Look at her getting that out of her kit. So you just put the disc onto the front, as you can see, and then you have the section over the top that makes it really, really easy to twist and turn, which means it turns the wire and twirls the wire for you. Makes it really nice and even.
Yes.
It means you don't have to, keep removing your hands, because this section is separate to it, so it gives you a really nice twist, even professional look, and adds sturdiness. Your price point today for your wire twister, just £8.45 for you today, so do treat yourself to it whilst you can, because I know you do use yours a lot.
A lot, yeah, I do use mine a lot. Also, it's great for twisting a square wire to get an even twist, so you can just put one wire in there and twist it, and it will give you a nice even, that diamond facet look.
Love that idea.
Right earlier.
So do get your hands on this. It's really, really nice to create your own talks, but also to do structure like we're doing now. £8.45.
Right, yeah. So I've got my outer circle made, and then I'm going to make the inner, the sort of crescent shape that I want on the inside to wrap my sari silk around.
Yeah.
Sari thread around. Sorry, ribbon.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make that shape. So this is roughly the shape I want. So I'm going to need to attach this wire to this one. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to leave about 1.5 inches space and trim this off. And then what I'm going to do is open out the ends of this twisted wire.
Okay.
So to do that, I take my flat nose pliers. Now, don't try and get this started with your fingers, because it is quite tough at the ends where we're twisted together. So pull tease one section out at a time. Okay. We've teased them out and pull them down. So remember, we left 2 inches, so we must remember to unwrap 2 inches, otherwise it's going to be too big. So you come right down and twist one at a time. Okay, so we've got 3 sections here, and just straighten them out. Now I find the best way to straighten these out is to hold them and waggle them up and down. So hold them between your fingers and waggle them up and down. You can do it with your nylon jewel pliers if you like, but we don't really need them straight at this point. We just need them workable. Okay, so they're right that side. So just double check that you're on track. So measure it up against your design again, and then we're going to open at this side too. So we'll just do that.
Really nicking that in.
So I'm untwisting it now. And like I said, do it with your pliers, because when you twist the wire, it really does twist them together, you know, and they become quite solid, yeah. So we want to use the pliers to do that, sort of save your fingers. Okay. And this as well has been sat, you know, prepped for a week, so you can see how the wire just hardens itself over time as well, because if I just twisted that, that would be much softer.
It's amazing that, isn't it?
But it does, you know, it sets into place. It's like a fleur will tell you, it's got a memory.
Yeah.
So when you do a gizmo coil and you want to cut it into jump rings, she'll tell you to leave it on your mandrel for overnight.
That's true, she does, yeah.
It takes the little spring out of it, and I can see the difference with this, doing it at this stage. Okay, so lay this back into position again, so it's about there, and then these being open makes it easy for me to twist these in. So all I take is 1 wire at a time and twist them round the frame. Now, best way to do this is to twist it in the direction that the other twist is in.
And why is that?
Because it will sit snugly into that twist then. If I go against it, I'm making it quite bulky, whereas if I go with it, I can almost hide that if I want to up along the twist.
Good tip.
Okay? So do that with 2 wires going one way and do the other one in the other direction. So that's that way, and then this one I'll wrap downwards. Okay.
All of this section's going to be hidden though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So does it really matter?
Well, not really. Mainly security as well. And we don't want to create too much bulk up here, because we're going to pop a Y cone, a wax Y cone over that. So we don't want too much bulk. Okay, good. So wrapping it in the other direction will make it bulkier. Trim all your ends off. Same the other side. I'll just do that quickly. Make sure it's even. You've got it in the same point on the other side. Pop this on. Now, if this is too tough for your fingers, obviously use your pliers. There's no problem with that. And like Becky was saying, quite rightly, it's not really going to be seen anyway, so it doesn't have to be mega neat. Okay, this one comes around the other way. And that's nice and tidy. Now then, I've got some sections, or I should have a section left that I didn't use. Okay. Let's just make sure that this is all in the right place. Okay, a section that I didn't use, I want to create a few bridges to keep the frame the same, you know, the right shape. So I'm going to pop a few of these little struts then in place, and you do that in exactly the same way. I think I might get away with just doing one centrally actually, but so we'll open out the twist on the ends of each.
Whilst you're untwisting that, just really quickly, because you're going to loop it around, aren't you?
I'm just going to attach that the same as I did the larger one.
Can give people the chance to get the wire.
Good plan.
Good plan. This is the wire we're using in the kit today. Went for these 2 gauges because they're perfect for this design. Loads and loads and loads for you to work with here, absolutely loads. It's really unusual for us to see such a large spool of your 1mm wire. It's 50 metres worth here, and it is your 1 mil wire that we have. A lot of the time when we do your 50 metres, you'll be used to seeing a lot of your 6 mils, a lot of your 8 mils, but 1 mil is the highest gauge we actually do in the 50 metres worth, which is great because it is one of the most usable as well. Super duper structural wire, and as we can see, even though it is structural, we can make it more structural via things such as twisting. But I've also got in here, which is going to be total juxtaposition, complete other end, another 50 metres, but this is of your 0.25. Now I know that these are on 2 different spools, but it's obviously the difference in the thickness of the wire that means we can actually just save a little bit of time, effort and plastic to make it, put these onto the smaller spools. So I do actually have 100 metres worth in total, 0.25 and your 1 mil, 100 metres worth. Now everyone's putting it in their baskets. Everybody's putting it in their baskets, probably because A, it's the biggest quantity we've had in a while of your 1 mil. B, probably because it's in the silver colour, which is one of your favourites. 3, was I doing letters or numbers? 3 or C. 3C is also the fact as well that these are 2 of the most versatile gauges for 2 totally different reasons. Weaving wire-wise, I absolutely adore the 0.25. Some people prefer the 0.4. I personally am a 0.25 kind of girl. And as a lot of the time as well, another one of the favourites is the 1 mil because it is structural. It is workable as well. And even with things like your 0.8, you know, some people might be afraid of using 0.4 even with a 0.8 if maybe you are relatively new to jewellery making. 1 mil, you can still work with those finer gauges and it just gives you a little bit more to pull against, especially if you are new, maybe you've not quite worked on your tension yet. You've got 100 metres worth in total. You should be priced today. That is a great price point. Bearing in mind the 1 mil in here, that is a lot of metal for 50 metres worth. That is a lot of metal. And you've got 50 metres worth of the 0.25 as well. We are going to take it down a bit for you today though. We are going to take it down. We don't really need to, but we are absolutely going to. Do get it whilst you can. Your price point is just £17.95 for you. So every little helps, and we have taken a fair few pounds off that for you. Get in whilst you can. I have got a decent enough quantity of this, but of course it is going very, very quick. Tuxie 82 is your code on this one today.
Great value.
Great value, and great for that gizmo coiling as well.
Yes,
these
and
ones.
It's so hard to get hold of the silver. You know, when it runs out, you just can't do without it.
You can't.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Get it whilst you can. £17.95.
Right. Okay. Moving on then to our sari silk. Okay. Now we've made our framework. So I'm gonna take you right from the beginning of unwrapping this.
Great stuff.
So what you'll find is it comes in a skein like this. So it's all twisted together and it's holding itself. So you need to pull. You've got one loop will be stuffed in the end there, which is holding it together. So all you do is release that. Now keep your hand, you'll find there's a loop there. Keep your fingers in that loop, okay? And then untwist it. Okay? And then you'll find that it's wrapped in one big loop.
One big continuous loop.
Okay? And then you'll find also that it has been stitched or, you know, sort of held together with bits of thread all the way around. So keeping your hand inside the loop, never be tempted to let go whilst you do this. Just snip all the little threads.
They're done in a very bold different colour than white, so you can really see them.
Yeah, these ones, and you'll find your end will be your sari silk actually knotted, and you'll see it quite easily, even though you wouldn't think you would. You will. You will see it. So there's another one here. You find there's usually 3 or 4 of these little knots. So snip them. Another question I get asked a lot is, can I wash it, or it's quite dusty, or I'm not keen on the smell of it. Well, when you get sari silk, obviously it's come in from India. It's been taken off the ends of, you know, it's recycled material basically. It's taken from the ends of other fabrics that have been used. So yeah, sometimes it's got a tendency to be a bit dusty or a bit smelly, but it is fine to wash. It's silk, so you've got to wash it carefully, but yeah, it's fine to wash. Now washing it, I would unwrap it like this, give it a good shake, and then coil it back up put it inside a pair of tights or something like that, and then wash it in that, because you do not want this unravelling in your washing machine.
Oh my days.
And don't, you know, or in with your other washing. You know, so wrap it back up, make sure it's secure before you do that.
Fab.
Right, I got another knot here, so just undo that, and I should be ready to go. Okay, here we go. So we're all unravelled now, I think.
Oh, apparently I've got 3 of that wire left. That's it. 30 in baskets, 3 left. Fastest finger first. Once that's sold out, we'll bring the kit back up for you. Not many of them left at all.
Okay, so now what I would do to make it easy for me to work with is I will, I find the end, and then what I'll do is I usually loop it actually over the back of my chair, so it's behind me and I work from it, but you can loop it over anything. Gizmo, the bracket, if you just bought the Gizmo, deluxe Gizmo, that's ideal. And then you can just work directly from that now without unravelling it, you just pull it round and round.
Good tip. And if you've got that Gizmo, then we've got this already. That wire kit has sold out, I'm afraid. Sorry about that. The kit will come back up for you now, though, which does have all this sari silk in that we're working with, as well as all those captions and all of the extra little treats and bits and bobs that we had in there as well.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just ducking down the wrong one.
Get a bit of glue.
Yes, I'm going to use a bit of glue. Now, you can use, this is the leather glue, great for fabrics, but you can also use the E6000 or something like that. Now, I only use this at certain points throughout the design. I don't glue the whole thing, but I'll get it ready so I can show you when.
Okay.
So first we're going to attach our sari silk in. So all I do is at one of these sides is just create a knot. Just a simple knot. Give it a nice and tight, and then allow the tail to sit just down along the framework there.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're going to wrap in between. I haven't cut it from my skein because I'm going to undo this. Now I've had that fastened for a while, that shape should hold. Okay, but you might want to go back and make sure that it can do back up again. So if I just pop that in there.
Okay.
So then we're just simply going to wrap a few times around, get it started. Excuse me if I wiggle out of shot a bit. Get it started. Once I got it started, I literally just go into a thin line of just a little bit of glue across that section of my wire, and the bottom part of the frame of my wire as well. I'm going to do a bit at a time. Come through. And this is it. It's so simple. You are literally wrapping the frame. Now, this section of sari thread, you'll find some sections are really thin and fine. Some sections are really chunky. So these chunky sections, I mean, that's gorgeous. I'd be tempted actually to leave that and not do another layer because of the lovely colours and textures of that.
Got you.
So I'm just going to keep going. And the glue is just going to hold that first layer in place for me. I want to get to some knotty, gnarly sections to show you what to do with those. So I got to a bit of a knotty section here, or fuzzy section. Now, you might like these fuzzy bits in, and I actually do in some cases, but I'm going to I'll pull this one off. So all you do is pull it off, and you can see my sari thread is joined here. Now, some of your sari ribbons will be joined with stitches, and some will be joined by knots. The knots are more bulky, obviously, and you may need to do a bit more work to cover them, but I'll show you when we get there. Now, that's sitting nicely. If that knot was sitting on the side of my frame, it might be a bit of a problem. So if it sits in the middle, though, it means it's just going to sit inside and not cause too much trouble. So I'm going to keep going, keep winding around, and now you can see I'm on a sort of finer section of sari thread. So rather than create it bulk by wrapping over and over, I still want to do layers. So I'm going to go around and around, doing just one layer at a time, and I'll build it up if I need to. Okay. I'm going to keep going round.
Whilst you're building that up,
yes.
Is it alright if I bring some more sari?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, please do.
Something's changed. It's like spot the difference, isn't it? It's a very subtle difference. I've got one of your gorgeous pieces on my head.
With the ribbons. With the
I love this so much, Gem.
Little fascinator.
Oh, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. This is actually using that sari ribbon, but when you look at it in the form you've used it here, it looks a totally different kettle of fish. Is it because you've ironed it?
Well, it is, but that's a mixture on there of some of the silk, the sari squares as well.
Yes,
so it's a bit of a mixture.
Yeah.
Some of them where you get these wider sections of ribbon, like here, for example.
Points. Yes, I see.
You can iron it. I know people think you're mad if you iron it, but that's quite a wide section.
Yeah, it is.
You can iron that, and then you can make it into a rose like those on there.
Oh, I think this is so gorgeous. I've got for you now loads of different colours of your sari silk as well. So you could do this design with it. You could also do this design we have here, and I think some of the colours would lend themselves beautifully to a fascinating piece like this. Do have a little look at what I've got here. I've got 3 skeins of your sari, and they are in beautiful array of colours. We've seen exactly how to open them. If you've just tuned in right now, maybe watch us back tonight or watch us back on YouTube and just rewind, probably about 10 minutes, and you'll be able to see lovely Gem unravelling these skeins and seeing them from start to finish, exactly how to use them. They are beautiful, and we've got such an array of colours here, we really do. So you've got your sunshine. This one here is your sunshine colours. You've got those real springtimes. This to me almost depicts how my garden looks at the moment. You've kind of got some really delicate areas of brown left over from a few of the leaves. You've got those new sprouts. My tulips are coming out. I don't know if they're meant to yet. Apparently, I told my granddad that and he said they shouldn't be coming out yet, but mine are. You've got those green kind of shoot colours coming through here as well. But then you also have those little gentle areas of like the fresh buds as well coming in there. I think this is just depicts the time we're in at the moment, which is great for you to work into your designs. I've got your blush as well, real nice array of your gentle neutral tones with your purples and your pinks in there too. And then I've got this, wow, multicolour. That is sensational.
That's great, that one, isn't it?
I love that. It's like technical dream coat, isn't it? Beautiful, bright purples, aquamarines, ultra blues. You've got areas as well, this depicts it perfectly. Because it is offcuts, it is recycled offcuts, you do get areas that have these little patterns put into them as well. Really, really beautiful. There's quite a few different ones. There's one here as well, that's a really nice one. I like this one, that one looks good. But it's all unique and all a little bit different. It's going to add real nice interest. You will know our should be price, I'm sure. Should be £17.85, because when we sell them individually, that is the total price that they come to. But we all know that our go-to price on these is £9.95. The amount of times I have brought sari ribbon to you at £9.95, I've had more hot dinners today. And I've had a couple. I didn't want to say hot dinners in general, because that's a massive lie. I've eaten loads of hot dinners, but I've done it loads of times. £9.95 is usually your go-to price, but then Helena, my producer, comes along, completely disagrees with £9.95 that we've always done, and she likes to take it down even lower. £7.95 for you today. You know and I know that these 3 skeins are £9.95. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Helena has just gone, whoa, maybe I shouldn't have done that price, because she's just seen the influx of people who are rushing in. Honestly, you know and I know £9.95 is the go-to price. It has been for, I'm talking a year, year and a half, all the time. For 3, we take it to £9.95. Not today though, £7.95. Hey-oh, why not? Names have gone off my screen. They're about to do it again actually. Lots of multi-buyers on there. £7.95 for 3. Get it whilst you can, because let's just say Helena probably won't be allowed to do that price again. £7.95 for you today.
Amazing. You know, thinking about what gemstones they would go with, the purpley one there is great with the dogtooth amethyst. I've used that together before.
Beautiful. Love that idea.
And I've got some serpentine cabochons that I would do exactly this design, but with that lovely green,
the springtime blush one.
Beautiful.
Love that idea.
Yeah.
£7.95 bargain. Name's gone off the screen second time now. Do check out those baskets, getting dangerously low in stock.
Okay.
So you've gone back on yourself now.
I've gone back on myself, yeah, and all I've done is gone in between the gaps. So where I had gaps, I've just put the thread in between. I'm nearly finished. Nice to show you a few things along the way though that might cause trouble. So here's a knot which might cause me a bit of trouble. So I'm going to hold that down in place. Take my ribbon, and if it's one of these pieces that are squished up, then just unravel it slightly. Just give you a broader section and just lay it over the knot.
It's not a problem anymore.
And it's not a problem. Okay, so you can do. Let's move on. You can do as many layers as you like. I mean, that one that I've done there is really quite spongy. You and Helena were squishing it earlier, and it was quite soft and squishy.
It really is.
So it's up to you. But I'm sort of happy with that. I'm going to finish wrapping now, and bring all the ends.
Ryan's just broken the camera. Ryan, how have you done that?
No, don't show me breaking the camera.
Don't show me breaking the camera. A big piece of that camera has just fallen off. A big piece.
It's fine.
Ryan has gone a very bold shade of red.
Okay, so there we go, it's wrapped in. I probably would take a little bit more time. The more time you take, the more graduated you can get these colours, but you can leave it there if you like as well.
Great.
Now all I'm going to do is cut my sari's ribbon off here.
Whilst you're cutting that, do you mind if I just hold this? Look, we've done that piece and look how much is still left.
Yeah, it hardly touches it. These
Hardly.
pieces, you know, and then obviously the more wrapping you do, the more you're going to use up, but you can do it quite simply with just that much.
Because you've gone twice on that piece, and it's a big frame piece, you know, it's not a dainty, tiny collar, it's a big one, and all that left over.
Yeah.
7 of the bundle left. 7. 17. 15 in baskets. 16 now, someone's just added it. 16 in baskets. 7 left. Once this is gone, we'll bring up some more graphics for you, but it's really important. Oh, it's going on. Gone. We'll bring some more graphics up for you in a second.
Right, okay, so now I will need to hide this end off.
Okay.
Now it's easy if you finish at this end, you just tie it off and slide your bead cap or your wax wycone over the top. But it's just say you finished in the middle, this is how you would do it. So you just got your tuft of silk left here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to dig a little hole with my pliers, just force a little hole in between the wraps, squidge some glue into there, and take my pliers, hold onto it, and just force the end of the sari ribbon into there, and that will just hold that in without a problem.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, fab.
All right. So squidge it into shape. Make sure it's the shape you want, and again, make sure that your wires are still holding. And I'm happy with that.
Perfect.
I'm probably take a bit more time at home to get it a bit more symmetrical, but there you go. It's near enough there. Okay, so now we're going to mount our cabochon on top of here, and we basically do this separately and then add it in after.
Okay.
So I'll just pop this out of the way. What I've got is I've made a gizmo coil here, and I've threaded it onto, and I've made that with the 1mm wire, and I've threaded it onto another length of 1mm wire.
And which rod did you use?
It's probably one of the middle ones.
One of the middle ones.
Yeah, or the smaller one on the original gizmo.
Okay.
Okay.
We do have some of that deluxe gizmo back for you. Deluxe gizmo. We did a demo on it earlier on, so if you want to buy it now and watch us back on YouTube, absolutely do so. 5 rod deluxe mandrel. Some of the biggest sizes on there. You're looking at about a 5.2 on the largest of the rods. So great for doing your jump rings and pieces like this. If you want to get your hands on it, it's on screen now. 5 rods, going to last and last and last. It gets the clamp as well, and it's just $7.95. Get it whilst you can, backed by popular demand, but already vast amount of quantity gone, so do treat yourself if you want that.
Okay. Right, so now I've got my coil. Now I'm going to wrap, I'm going to weave into this, so I need to create some little gaps, little spaces in there. So all I'm going to do is hold the wire each end, and I've just dug into some of the coils with my thumb to give me a bit of purchase, and just pull out. Okay, so all I've done is created little almost teeth in between.
So you can see that there perfectly, can't you? Just a little bit of a gap in between.
Just pulling them out.
Not even a mil, is it really?
No, it's not. And just try and make it even. Don't worry about how much. You can pull it out even further if you like, but just so long as you try and make it even.
Okay.
Then I'm going to select a gemstone, which you'll have about 20 to choose from. You get so many. So I'm going to select one that either works with the shape I've created or that you just like.
Okay.
So like the shape of.
Don't forget that was onyx that we had in there. It's at the bottom of your screen, over £17 saving on that kit.
I love onyx. It always feels warmer than other gemstones.
I agree
It's
with that.
lovely.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Okay, so then what we're going to do is take our coil. We're just going to measure. This is just the measuring stage. So hold your onyx firmly down and push the wire against, sort of centrally, as central as you can. Push the wire against. So we are going just around the outside, sort of drawing the shape of the onyx with the wire. Okay, so I'm happy that that's about right. So I want to hold that together and take some 0.25 wire. Becky was pinching.
Just trying to tidy up. You must know. I won't do it again.
Doesn't get you anywhere tidying up.
No, you're right. Actually, I don't know why. I never do it for myself.
I don't know where I
I never do it for myself.
Oh, I tell you what, I just let that spring off. It doesn't matter. Should have got this ready. Okay, so I'm going to take a bit of 0.25 wire. I'm going to, what's that, about half a metre?
About 56 centimetres.
Yeah. This doesn't need precise. This is just going to hold it together, and I might need it later to attach some gemstones or something else in.
Okay.
But for now, it's just about attaching these together. So pop your gemstone back in. Make sure you've got the right size, because I had to let go of it. Okay, about there. So I can see where the wires are meeting.
I see.
That's where I want to pop my wire. Wrap my 0.25. So hold it together. Take the 0.25 wire and wrap around there, and you'll find it'll go round really easily because it's sitting into the grooves of that gizmo coil. And where we stretched it out, it sits really comfortably. Okay, so there you go. I've wrapped it around a couple of times. That's just held that together nicely there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to leave that there for a minute, and I'm going to do the next stage. So pop that to the side and keep this bit out. I'm going to level up these coils as well. You can see I've got them a little bit uneven, so just level them up, trim it off to match. Just trim that there.
Okay.
Okay, and now I'm going to make a ring of these lovely spacer beads to sit inside there. And what that's going to do is going to stop my cabochon from flipping forward. Because from the back it's going to be held by the sari, but from the front I need something to stop it from coming upwards. That's why this needs to be quite tight and close to the gem.
Okay, good.
Right, so you make I've threaded some on ready so that I can just do this quickly.
Don't forget you got about 700 of these, so plenty enough for the cabs.
Yes, you've got loads and loads. I mean, that's what I've got. That's what I've got left.
Wow. And that's from what you've made.
Yeah, and you see
And
I've
you've used them in this design as well.
Yeah, I've used
you've
them
got
in
loads.
all the designs apart from the chain one. I've got
Fab.
loads left. Okay, so what I've done here is I've doubled up my 0.25 wire just for a bit of extra strength, and I've left the loop one end. And what I'm going to do is to create that pyramid, that teardrop shape, I'm going to thread the end through there and pull it.
Got you.
And that's going to create my ring. But first I need to know how many gems I need on, how many of these I need on.
Okay.
So they're going to sit on the inside of my gizmo coil, right up to the point there. So just position them in, like so. That's where they need to be. So I just need to take off about that many. Ooh. Pop them there. Then take the tail from my two wires through the loop, and then if I pull them, that should catch it to each other. Okay?
Okay.
I've got a little loop there, sit that inside. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take the tails of that to stitch that to the beads to the frame. And this is again where the little teeth in the gizmo coil come in handy. So not only is it useful, it's decorative as well. So we've got two wires because remember the wire was doubled, the 0.25, so we can work one way with one, the other way with another.
Fab.
So keeping that in position by just pulling it around the top where the coils meet. Okay, so that's ready to go. And then I'm going to take the wire, simply go all the way around, so just like an over stitch all the way around. Allow it to sit in between one of the little spacer beads, and then in between the gizmo coil and round. And I'm not pulling, I'm not giving that any tension, I'm just letting it sit. Okay? So you'll find probably 2 spaces in the gizmo quill equates to 1 gem, 1 bead. So you keep going all the way around, and you do the same both sides. And I would say again, do it evenly so that you can make sure that that it's not going to be all pulled out of shape in one direction. So here I can already see that I'm probably going off kilter a little bit. So I need to just loosen that up slightly. Okay, just to pull it all down.
I see, just guide
keep an eye. Yeah, and get, you know, if you find you're too far right, just keep giving it a tug and pulling it into place. Okay.
Yeah.
Keep stitching. I'm just going to pop a few stitches at key points for now.
Okay.
When you do it, go all the way around and make it really nice and neat and catch every gemstone, every spacer bead. That'll keep it all neat. But for now, I'm just going to pop a few key points in so that I can get that cab set in there.
All right, well, whilst you're doing that, because we need to do that bit to show the next section,
right,
don't we?
Yeah.
I will bring you something that we don't necessarily need for this piece we're creating now, but I know Gem and a lot of other people will use a lot when they're working with sari silk, and that is the cord ends. Now,
Yes. Yeah.
well, did you just go, yes?
Yes. Especially those great big ones.
Yes. Look, if I show you our original size, I'm not bringing these to you right now, but these are our original size cord ends. I'm going to be bringing the large ones to you though. This is just to show you a size comparison. So these are our original size cord ends that we've got here for you. These are ones similar to that you will find in our findings packs. They're great for you to use. All you have to do is you pop in your cords and then close up each side of these one at a time. It holds your cords in place, and then you've got your extender chain and you've got the clasp on there as well. But I'm about to bring you one specifically designed to work perfectly with these sari ribbons, because at the end of the day, if I can just grab the end of this,
You can.
if I show you. So we're at quite a thin section here with the cord. This is just where Gem happened to have clipped it off. But it's still quite a chunky section that we've got there. Even if we did want to kind of roll that up and squidge it in a little bit to get into here, well, we could do that, but you'd probably only be able to get 1, maybe 2 different sections of this in to close it up and then keep it in space. If we did a really, really thick, maybe even kumihimoed with this, or maybe if we did macrame with this, or maybe if we kind of plaited it in a certain way and made it big, thick and chunky, we'd want some big, thick, chunky cord ends, and I've got them here for you. This is the original size in the gold. I'm bringing to you the rose gold now. Take a little look. Look at that size difference. And this is the smallest. These are rose gold. You're going to get 2 pairs of these. They are all patterned. 2 pairs of these in the rose gold. You're going to get the next size up. Ooh. Oh, look at them. And 2 of those as well. And the largest size, you ready for this? Look at those. Absolutely huge. This is kind of the original size you're used to seeing. These are the big, bolder sizes. These are going to be perfect for this kind of piece, aren't they, Jen?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, big multi-strands, and I don't know, a lot of people at the moment, I've been sort of upcycling t-shirts and things like that. So you want to use your t-shirt as your stranding. Those will go in there fine as well.
I love that idea.
So, yeah.
It's a fab idea.
You need big chunky, well, for the jewellery I make, I need big chunky clasps, so it's a relief that we're getting them in, because it means I don't have to make them all the time.
Because I know you've not used it for this design, but you could have done.
Yes, absolutely, I would have done. Had I had a clasp like that, I would have definitely used those.
Yeah. It works perfectly for something like this design.
Yeah.
Really perfect. Loads of you covered in for this already. Rose gold, one of the most popular colours, and actually I've got to say it goes perfectly with this sari colour. Absolutely perfectly with this sari colour that we're working with today. Your price point today for 6 of these clasps, it's just £9.95. They are really, really workable, great for you to get involved with, and they're so simple to use. You literally just close down either sides of them. It's so simple. Even if I just show you them with my fingers, obviously if I use tools, much easier. Bend one side first, then the other one, and overlay them on top of each other, and then that's how it's going to keep your piece in place. And also a little bit of glue in there if you want added security.
Yes. Yeah, no harm in doing that.
No harm in adding security. £9.95 for you today. If you have just got the sari silk offer that we had earlier on, we did sell out of it, I think. If you did get your hands on that, then realistically you're going to definitely want to get your hands on clasp, because sometimes it's nice to make our own clasp, but we don't always want to, do we? So do treat yourself to those. £9.95 for you today.
All right, that was perfect timing. Absolutely perfect. So
I'm here to help.
Now I've stitched all those in.
Fab.
They're ready. I've left, because I started this end and stitched downwards with both round to this point. I've got 2 tails here, and they're going to be useful for tying it into place.
Okay.
And you can see it just sits nicely around my cabochon now. But just I want to give that cabochon a little bit of extra security so that it doesn't pop through the frame or come out. So all I'm going to do is take the wires that are from the top. You should have some strands. Remember I said you might use them for something later?
Yes.
Just here we're going to use them now just to come around over the back of the gemstone. Just a few key points just to anchor this into the back of the gemstone. And this is how I've done you see the necklace that is sort of strips of gizmo with the, there. That's how I've done that one. I've just stitched over the back with the wires just to keep them in place at the back.
Fab.
You could put a backing fabric on, it's really up to you, but this is effective.
Okay.
So just come and thread through. So there's another
We're
stitch.
stitching it.
Yeah, sewing. That's your basic sewing techniques just coming through. And because of the gaps in the gizmo, you've got plenty of scope. It's not difficult to poke that through at all. Okay. So just a few key stitches across the back will hold it nicely.
It doesn't have to be super neat, but yours is quite neat actually.
Oh, it
It
doesn't have to be neat at all. I think the only reason I'm doing it even is because I know then it's definitely not going to fall out. Yeah, there are a few key points. So back through here, and then I'm back sort of up to the top with my wires again.
Okay.
They're ready to use.
Fab.
Okay, so that's nice. That's not going anywhere now.
No.
So now, actually, next before I pop it into place, I'm going to add some decorative beads across the top. So I've got these tail that I've brought back up to the top and nestled into the gizmo coil again. And so I'm going to thread on one of these gorgeous coated quartz.
Oh, love them.
Just pop that in there. Oh, look at that, it's lovely. Just finishes it off. Pop that in there. Slot the wire into one of those gaps, wiggle it in. And then I might graduate that and pop a smaller one in there as well, so maybe the citrine can come in here too.
Okay.
I pull it through the right gap, pop a citrine on, and again this is just design features. You find little gaps, that you want to fill, and you fill them with these little gemstones. It looks lovely. Just finishes it, and then just secure by wrapping this wire around a few times and snugly fitting it into those coils, and that's not going anywhere neither. That's fully secure. So I can trim that at the back. Find my pliers, I can trim it. There. And now I'm going to attach it to my necklace. So I'm going to just lay it over there. And you see I've got some tails that are going to help me out. So I'm going to pull this one down to the back so I can have an extra one as well. Okay, some tails here. So some of them I can thread through, and you remember I had that bar running through the middle there?
I do remember.
That can help us to anchor as well, because we know that that's a strength point.
Got you.
Okay, so if I attach this here, like this, I'm going to position this at the bottom, across where that bar is, so then you know it's central as well. So hold it in place there, and just pull those. I'm just going to pull those wires to the back a little bit. These I'm going to just bend round. Like so. You can see them bending from the back.
Got you.
Yeah, turn them over. And all I'm going to do with these is pop a coil on to the end of each. So cut them both down to size. I'm going to bring them right down so they're running along the back. Now, if you want to, I'll show you 2 ways. If your gemstone cabochon set is coming right the way down to the bottom, if I've done that here, I have. Good, I can show you and then show you a different way on the piece here. So where my gemstone is come right down to the bottom, it's easy to run that wire across down the back, and then pop a loop on each and hook it into the gizmo coil there. And that's holding, that's one piece across the back.
Perfect.
However, sometimes you do a larger gemstone or a larger base and a smaller gemstone, and you can't hook it because you'd see the wires.
I see.
So what I do in that case is, you've got that hook in there just the same. Keep those wires out of the way. Trim them down so you've got about 1.5 inches-ish protruding from the end. Excuse me. And we'll coil small at first so that it's a full loop, and then just roll it so that is quite a large loop. And what I'm going to do is, if you watch now, can you see I've got these gaps in my thread? Sort of allow them to lift, and as you coil, sort of allow that to dig into and underneath, so it's hooking.
Hides and hooks.
Yeah, that's it. So do the same on the other side. And you can again use a bit of glue if you want to. So I'm going to find a pop it into there. Just feed it in, and that's hooking. And then these tails here, you can thread, and I would use a needle and thread.
Okay.
So actually thread these nice fine wires into a needle and thread them through. I didn't bring any with me, but you need a needle to go through.
To go through the fabric.
Bring them through, and then just wrap them around those hooks, so you're keeping everything secure and in place.
Fab.
Okay, so then just wrap around those once they're threaded through.
Wonderful.
And that is that in place.
That is fab, isn't it?
Okay.
That is just great.
Yep. So have we got, how are we for time?
You've got 4 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. I can show you the clasp then.
Fab.
I'm completely finished. Okay, so I'm going to trim. You can see I've already got my main part of my mechanism made.
Yeah, right at the beginning.
You might find at this point it's come in a bit, and you might want to remake those bends because it might join a bit closer.
Yeah.
But I'm going to keep that there. So let's come down about 1.5 inches.
Okay.
And trim each one.
Okay.
And we're going to separate the wires again and work with one wire at a time. So let's pull them apart. Okay, down to here. And then we're going to graduate how long those, if I do one at a time you can see it better.
Okay.
We're going to graduate how long these wires are. So we've got 3 wires, and you can see naturally this one is bottom, middle, top. So I'm going to trim the top one down first to about 1/2 inch.
Okay.
Then use your round nose pliers to coil that up. Coil, and I'm going to sit that so it's sitting onto the rest of the twisted wire.
Fab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you take your next one. I'm going to trim that down a little bit too. So this one now is about 3/4 inch, so it's a bit longer because obviously we need it to sit next to that coil.
Okay.
So we're going to start again, end of the coil, roll it down. Roll.
So it sits above it?
Sits just below it.
Below.
There, yeah. And then the last one, we'll do the same again. It's going to be a bit bigger, this one. I'm going to leave that length as it is.
So you get a graduation in the coils?
Yeah. Graduate that. And it also, that's the most difficult thing working with twisted wire, is finishing it. Is how do you finish all those wires?
Yeah.
So that they're nice and neat. But that one, that is going to work for you. So you do that the same on the other side too. I've got some, use a mandrel or a bail makers just to create this depth of curve you want. So curve it in.
Yeah.
And then to make it extra easy to do up, if you just kink, hold on to those and just kink those up a bit, then push it down, those will sit sort of flat along. If I hold that to the side, you see how that now sits, these are parallel, and then you've got a loop. And then once you've done the other one, they'll just loop into one another like that.
That is fab. What an easy clasp, but gorgeous finish.
Yeah, it's a good finish on
Thank you so much for showing us that, Gemma. This is your finished piece that you can create at home if you've got your hands on that kit, so well done if you have. Just before we head over to a break, I am standing with you because you are the perfect lady to discuss with me
the benders.
The bender.
the wire
Why is
bender.
this square wire plier so important?
But if you're working with your square wires and you want to get that perfect, let's say you're wrapping wires together,
Right.
okay, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want to get that very perfect snug fit around the wrap, very professional finish. So we've got 3 layers, 3 wires laying together, and we want to wrap around it. If you use
I know what
that
you
to
mean.
start your bend
Yes.
off, you're going to
this.
get that perfect bend in the wire without any plier marks, or because with the best will in the world, tips of your pliers have got a rounded side.
Yes, and a flat.
And even completely flat nose pliers have got they're wide, they're wider, the tip's wider, so you can't get a very tight bend.
No, I know exactly what you
So
mean.
this is a U bend that is perfect.
It is absolutely perfect for this sort of thing. You can see an example of how it looks and what Gemma was saying just here. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
These sections here are going over a few wires, and because of that bend, it gives it a gorgeous, crisp, neat look,
That's
doesn't it?
Gets you started. It can hook it in and get that, because it's always that first one that you can never get
Absolutely.
to bite quite right.
Absolutely. Now, you can use this with different gauges of wire. This one specifically says 20 and 21, but you can work with slightly different gauges, can't you?
Yeah, you wouldn't really want to go bigger, because
Higher gauge
you
wire
wouldn't
than
want
that,
to go to a smaller gauge wire than an 18, because
Yes.
in gauge in those you would how does it work? It's the opposite. So the
It's the
smaller the number, the fatter the wire.
Yes.
You wouldn't want to go any fatter a wire than your 20 gauge there,
Gauge mil, yeah.
because it's the space defined by the pliers allows the wire to sit inside that space.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
I
can go
can see.
smaller, you can't go bigger.
Yeah, you'll be
Yeah.
able to see that from the side. You have got your Bridal wire banding pliers. These are for your square wire, perfect for that. You can see exactly the kind of look they give us right there. Your price point today for this professional tool, just £15.95 for you today. It's going to really give you that lovely finish to that square wire. Do we still have any of that square wire left, producer Helena? If we do have square wire left, we will pop it in at the bottom for you. Even if you're just buying that square wire, not necessarily to use alongside this, just to work with, just to feel it and see the difference. Great with that wire twister tool if you got that earlier on as well. That square wire is coming in at the bottom of your screen in a moment. Not many of them left. Came with 30 metres worth of your usual round wire as well, which you can work alongside it. But it did have that square wire in it as well, which was your 18 gauge. So do treat yourself to that if you want it. £10.95 that bundle was. Gem, thank you so much
You're
for showing
welcome.
us all of those pieces and different designs, and for talking us through these. I've had a little nosy at your challenge. It's
Yeah.
going so well already.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, one piece that's
One intricate,
complete.
beautiful
Yeah, because
piece.
it's taken this long to get that far.
And I keep rabbiting your ear off, so I understand that. We will be back with Gem in probably about 50 minutes, just to have a little look at what she's created for the challenge. After the break, though, genuinely, you do not want to go anywhere. Not only am I going to be getting out my bargain bundles, but also I'm bringing to you a whole section, 8 products under £8 each. And some of them are way under. Stay where you are, we'll be back in a bit.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
I like the fact that it's a really versatile medium, that you can, you've got no restrictions with it. You can create lots of organic designs, but you can also create a really structural designs as well if you want to. You can mix it with all of your different techniques. You can mix it with polymer clay, with kumihimo, with macrame, and it's just so versatile. You can just do so much, and there's just no limit with it.
Howlite has a monoclinic crystal structure and is easily identifiable as it often displays a black to grey spiderweb matrix across a background of white. Howlite's really popular as a summer stone as it really hones the details of holidays and summer living.
Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. We here at JewelleryMaker know how popular our 10-strand mystery packs have been, so we're bringing them back. You can get your hands on these completely random lucky dips for just £25. This works out to just £2.50 per strand, but be warned, it's while stocks last. Add this to your order and you won't be disappointed. Just ask for this code whilst on the phone to our call centre on 0800 644 655, or simply type the code into our website and add to your basket. JewelleryMaker, giving you the best deals on genuine gemstones.
Welcome back all. It is Design Inspiration. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. My name is Rebecca Redican. Feel free as always to call me Becky though. It's lovely to have you on board with us today. Brother Pete's just strolling back in. Hi Brother Pete, how are you? How are you? We started a few minutes ago but it's alright. Hey, Brother Pete, where have you been?
Where have I been? I've been on my break.
No, not on your break. I mean last week when you were off all week.
I went to London.
London, what did you do in London?
Oh, well I went to Big Ben and the Thames and
Big Ben?
all the tourist stuff, yeah.
How is Big Ben?
Yeah, it's good.
Good. He's all right. He's fine. He went to Big Ben. He had a little look at the Thames. What a lovely week you had.
I had a nice dinner in Chinatown.
You had a dinner in Chinatown. Was it good?
Very nice.
Buffet?
No, it wasn't. It was
Oh, how nice, how nice. And he doesn't just eat buffet. We have got loads coming up for you in this time. I am very lucky today because it is my day 1 of 2 days this week that I am joined by this lovely, lovely guest designer. Her name is Gemma Crow. You didn't see then. I was obviously building that up. I was trying to drop hints in. I'm with her 2 times. I'm here with her today. This is Gemma in the background. Gemma Crow! Ta-da! Hi Gemma, you're right.
I did make it.
You did make it, you did.
Yeah.
I'm with you on Saturday. What are we expecting on Saturday?
Oh my word.
Amazing, right?
Yes. Yeah, I haven't got words yet. It's lush.
Well, stay tuned on Saturday and hopefully Gemma will have more words than that.
I have got some, I just don't want to give too much away. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. Just oodles of stuff.
Yeah.
Oodles and oodles.
Oodles and oodles.
Biggest bundle I think I've ever had.
And new leathers in there as well.
Yeah, that's what I didn't know if I was allowed to say.
Well, it's too late, I've said it now. Maybe we're not.
New leather.
Too late. We've got loads coming up for you today as well though. Starting off with my bargain bundles. We have got a section for you now where we're just going to get loads of great stuff. We've popped it all together and that means you're going to be getting discounts galore. Let's get started with one of the most popular shapes. This is a starry-eyed selection. You have got here 3 strands of stars and they're all in your shell. Stars are such a versatile and loved shape, possibly because you could describe them as unisex. I most certainly would. I would describe most shapes as unisex, but when we think about stars in particular, I think everyone's interested in stars. I think everyone at one stage or another, pretty much, you know, in younger years might have had an interest in the stars, whether that be, you know, for scientific reasons, whether that be for just the interest and the beauty of it, whether, like me, maybe you used to have those glow-in-the-dark stars on your ceiling in your bedroom. There's something very mystical about the star shape, and it is most certainly a unisex selection, which is why it's great to have these really nice, fun, summery colours in your unisex star shapes. You have got here a big selection. 14 mil on each of these. They're all in that star shape, so they have the 5 prong stars, and each of them in the shell. Now the great thing with this shell, if I just show you on one sort of section, the great thing about the shell is you get that gorgeous sheen. Can you see that star-like sheen you're getting on this? And that, for me, really just goes along with the kind of theme of the star itself, almost giving you this natural, beautiful glow just from Mother Nature. These are a gorgeous, gorgeous selection. They really, really, really are. I would say if you wanted to use them all together, you could do yourself or someone, a loved one. Oh, do you know what this would be great for? If you get this now, you should get it in time for Easter Day. You'll probably get it on the Friday or the Saturday, won't you, through the post? And if you do that, how gorgeous would this be to keep the kids entertained on Easter Sunday? This bit of stretchy elastic, make themselves a few really funky coloured bracelets. But you could do very grown-up pieces with this as well. Imagine just one of these in the centre with maybe some citrine. It would be quite a nice looking design, wouldn't it? You've got 3 strands here of your starry-eyed. Let's get Becky's bargain bundles underway. Should be $11.85. That's already a great price. But producer Helena is going to take this as low as she can, because it's a Becky's bargain bundle. And if I'm going to put my name to it, yes, Helena, good. That's exactly the price I was thinking. How do you feel about a price drop from almost £12 to just £6.95 for you today for all 3 of those strands? Gemma Crow's eyebrows went up then. How come?
Well, you know, just thinking about, you know, doing things with the children. You know, I'm planning my Easter sort of crafty day.
Yeah.
You can't even buy plastic beads for that price.
No, that's very true.
You'd be looking at £4 or £5 per packet of just some plastic beads. So, you know, it's just
to get to work with shell that has that gorgeous sheen that obviously plastic doesn't really give to you.
Yeah, and the weight and the sound. You know, if you're making wind chimes or something out of that, for example, the sound of them is lovely.
It is.
You're not going to get that, you know, with any synthetic.
No, you're really not. I just think they're absolutely gorgeous. Loads and loads of you coming in on this. Lots of multi-buyers, got triple buyers on this one as well. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. If I show you that sheen and the orange ones as well, just to show you, it's important to state as well, which I know isn't something that everyone can say. Our shell is double-sided, so it's in quite a few places where you can buy shell. It might be nice and colourful at one side, but then black on the back because it's resined. Ours aren't. Ours are multi-sided, so great. You can use these for things like your earrings or any movable pieces, and you get beautiful effects on both sides. Loads of you coming in for this, about to go off my screen. That price point is an absolutely astonishing one, and it's why you need to stay tuned, because just trust me, I can't say too much, but let's just say there are some real treats to be had. Ooh, it's a nice one. Oh, bold these, aren't they? Take a little look at these shell pearl. Shell pearl's great. You get a perfect shape you want with a shell pearl. We can't always guarantee that with actual pearls, obviously, because we don't, you know, really shape pearls. Mother Nature does that for us. But with shell pearls, they give us the opportunity to shape them, and we have shaped these to make them that perfect round effect. This would be a gorgeous multi-stranded necklace for me. Can I try that, actually? Just as an idea. I love a multi-stranded necklace. The thing I like about, I quite like bold jewellery, but the great thing I like about a multi-stranded necklace for me is that you can create something really bold, but because it's not one whole piece, it's still really wearable. Oh, I love that. What do you think? Yeah. Because you've got the graduation in size, but the colour's exactly the same. Quite like that. I like that. Maybe maybe with a jump ring in between each one, just to space it up a little bit, make it a little bit more contemporary for me. But if you wanted to keep it more traditional, maybe with the yellow nylon that we had earlier, that 200-metre spool would be really nice, just a knot in between. It is as fresh as a daisy. You've got it right here, 3 strands for you. You've got a 6mm, an 8mm and a 12mm round strand. Your price point today should be bang on the nose of £14. The reason that is a round number is because that is not your RRP. Some of these have already been taken down in price. Today, it's not £14, it's £8.95. And please remember for me, £14 isn't even the RRP. Should have been higher than that in price. But we have taken a £1 or 2 off each of these strands, so £14 already was a saving. £8.95 is even better for you today. It really, really, really is. What's the RRP on this, I wonder? It will have been, at least £2-3 more than that, I would imagine. £8.95 for you today is absolutely astonishing. It really, really is. For this much variety, for this much boldness, really very, very beautiful effects. And I love the freshness of the colour. It's not overpowering, is it? It's not too impactful. Really gorgeous, really, really beautiful effect for you here. £8.95 for you today. Get it whilst you can. I do have to move on because I've got loads to fit in, but I know loads of you are still coming through for this. Don't worry, I do still have some available for you, so just stay where you are. Bringing you another one of my bargain bundles now. I really do like rose quartz. I'll be honest, I was a bit dubious at first. When I was younger and I saw rose quartz, when I was younger I wasn't really a girly girl. I was much more one of those, you know, well, I used to have things like Barbies and things like that. Other plastic dolls are available. Cindy is one. Brats are another. But yeah, no, I wasn't really one of those girly girls. I never really had any. When I was older and I got some, you know, it was colour the hair in with felt tip and things like that. So for me, rose quartz when I was younger wasn't really necessarily a colour that I would go for. But now, I absolutely adore it because to me now, it's not a really, really girly colour. It's actually quite grown up. It's quite a mature pink that we're working with here. It's got a beautiful dusky effect in this strand as well, because this strand that you can see in front of you has got that beautiful silk-like internal quality, which gives this strand here a really different and unique look to what we've been seeing of late. It is a beautiful grown-up strand that we have here of that really stunning high-end rose quartz colouring. It's really beautiful effect. Adding to the situation this labradorite, the quality of which is tricky for you to see, and that's purely due to the shape, because these are almost overlapping on top of each other. But you can see a little bit of the shiller there. I can see more shiller to my eye though, because these are kind of overlapping a little bit due to the shape of them. It is tricky for you to see them, but it's a beautiful strand. 350 carats worth there of your 14 by 10 mil that we have here for you. Centre drilled nuggets. They are sensational, aren't they? I'm then bringing to you some clear quartz as well. Clear quartz is going to go perfectly with both of these, and I'll show you why. Because it is the chameleon of the gemstone world. Beautiful clear quartz just here for you. It's going to go great with this bundle because it takes on the colour that we pair it with. The pinks and those labradorite blues and greys as well. Gorgeous clear quartz that I have here for you. You can see the glow of this is sensational. 100 carats worth on the clear quartz. Of the rose quartz, we're looking at about 13 by 9 mil on some of those. You should be priced. That is really, really very, very wonderful price. £13.85 is sensational, but I've put my name to these bargain bundles and therefore they have to be proper bargains. Becky's bargain bundle isn't £14, it's £8.95 for you today on these 3 strands. That price point you would be expecting to pay in general for just a labradorite strand. That $8.95, $9.95 is the average price of labradorite, isn't it? We see some labradorite that's maybe the $7.95. We see some labradorite like we did before that was $14.95. I would say $8.95, $9.95 is our average price for a labradorite, which to me suggests we're getting this gorgeous strand of silk like rose quartz and this glowing clear quartz for free. That is just an amazing price point, it really is. Gem, would you work with these together, or is this a stash top up?
I definitely think they could work together, absolutely. I've done rose quartz and labradorite together for a wedding outfit once for me, and I would definitely put them. But I would also maybe put the clear quartz in my sort of wedding box and the labradorite in my sort of earthy tones. In fact, there's a design that Sue did this morning on the morning show with clay that those labradorite would look beautiful in, maybe with oranges and browns, and sort of the shape works.
Love that idea. That's going to be gorgeous.
So I think the versatility again with that bundle.
And that's quite a good point actually, because labradorite has those blues running through, and I love blue and pinks together. So of course they make perfect sense now you said that. $8.95, check out those baskets, absolute bargain. Hello to all of you. I have got lovely Rachel in from Belgium. Hello Rachel, nice to meet you. If you are new to us, I don't recognise your name. Lovely to meet you, Rachel. It's so nice to have you on board with us today. I've also got Deborah in Lancashire. Please check out your basket, lovely lady. Christine in Kent, you've come in for these as well. Well done to you. Nice to see you as well. Belinda, lovely to have you on board with us today. Loads of you coming in for that one. Where did these come from? There we go. Another one of my bargain bundles. Hearts. Complete juxtaposition, which for me says perfect for your theme pieces. If you love the heart shape, these, you're going to love one or both of these strands. I'm pretty positive. If you love the heart shape, do you love this type of heart? Do you love big, bold hearts? Do you love one-tone hearts? Do you love lustrous hearts that are completely opaque? Or do you love really fun and funky, delicate hearts? Lots of different colours. Do you love that internal interest in a heart? Either one of those you've got in here, because you've got these two beautiful strands. A black agate first off, 12mm, and then your delicate 8mm in the multicolour. So obviously with your black total opaque, but with the crackled you have got that transparency bursting through, and you also have that internal interest as well. With the black strand you've got a gorgeous lustre, and with this strand here you've got a really interesting internal effect. If you have a little nosy at that, can you see those crackle-like effects that we've got there? And that is due to adding a heat to these, and then we dye them, and this gives you that gorgeous internal crackle effect. And when we add the dye itself almost pools in those cracks. So you get areas where you can see through this, and then you get areas where there's just a big blast of colour. It's very much stained glass window effect you get with these. Get them home to really appreciate them. Use them individually, use them in multicolour like this. In fact, these would be great with those gorgeous stars we did earlier on. Let's do a sensational price so everyone can get involved. Love hearts should be £12.90. We're going to take some money off for you today though. Your black agate, 150 carats worth on there by the way, 90 if your multicolour crackle quartz. It's something for everyone at just £9.95 for you today with this one. We all know that you know, crackle quartz, when we see it, it can be quite tricky to get your hands on, but also we know that when we're pairing it with something like your beautiful black agate as well, it's going to be popular because it's just such a different look. So get it whilst you can. I am moving on because I'm aware I've got my 808 in a minute. Last one for this section. Really quickly, we'll squeeze this in for you now. More shell pearl, very similar colour to the palette we had before, slightly more subtle, but a different graduation, more of a delicate graduation on these. Let me show you again as that graduated necklace, see how you feel about them. Oh yeah, love that. What do you think? These are more of a delicate look now because they are again your shell pearl. They are a more gentle colour. This is described as Caribbean breeze. You've got here on the lowest strand you've got 4mm, the middle strand is 6mm, and the top strand on this is 8mm. They are absolutely beautiful. I actually love this selection as a choker. I think it'd be really nice design. Oh yeah, bit classical. Well, sort of. At least sort of. It's a little bit Indian Summers actually, that. I quite like that. Summer Breeze, what do you think, Gem?
I think it's gorgeous.
Gorgeous, isn't
and it lends itself beautifully to a beaded choker because the graduation sizes, the large ones at the bottom, small ones at the top, and ladder weave through, you'll get a perfect collar shape.
Oh, great tip.
That's the great thing about having graduated strands like that, or you know, a contrast in the sizes.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
So it almost, with your own design and technique, will do it itself.
Yeah, it will. It'll make the perfect collar shape.
Love that. Get these whilst you can. It's your Summer Breeze. Your price point today will make you feel fine. £12.85 is your should-be price. We're going to take it down though. Your price point today for Summer Breeze, £7.95 for you today. Well done, absolutely everyone who's already come in and got this. Even before that price drop came in, there was lots of you coming in and getting this already. Do you want to see it with the other ones? How about I show you with this trio that we started off Becky's bargain bundles with? What do you think? They go really nicely together. Do you know what? Hang on. How's about? Because you've got so many different sizes in here, haven't you? Oh, look at them. Oh, Gem.
Oh yeah, that works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that works nicely.
Really
with some
nice.
organza ribbon bows and
Love that idea.
very, very pretty. Isn't
Very pretty. £7.95. Well done, everyone. Now I do have to move on because right now it is my 8 under 8 section. Ladies and gentlemen, can I just say to you, if you're tuning in now and you're thinking, oh, should I go and put a brew on in a bit, or oh, that washing needs doing, or oh, is it starting to drizzle, I better bring the washing inside. Important things like that. Please don't. Do you know what? Let it get a bit drizzly, because it's like, if your washing gets wet, guess what? The sun will come out at some point and dry it up again, even if it's tomorrow, doesn't matter. The sun will come out tomorrow. I bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. What I'm trying to say is please don't go anywhere now, because 8 under 8 is not an understatement. I'm on fire today, aren't I? On fire. I was cracking mushroom jokes before in the break. They were, side splits. Please don't go anywhere, because genuinely there's some... You're right there, Pete. You're right, Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are some amazing prices coming up for you now. There really, really are. 8 products under £8. We're starting off with your pyrite swirls. This is for, I don't know, have you been paid and already, you know, you've been spending over the weekend? This is brand new and an absolute bargain. So add it to your basket. We know it's going to be under £8. Pyrite under £8. Well, that very rarely happens. New pyrite under £8. That's even rarer. Natural pyrite under £8. That's almost unheard of. This is sensational. Natural pyrite. This hasn't been dyed. This hasn't been coloured. This is 170 carats worth of your deep rustic. Do you know what I adore about pyrite? The fact that it is kind of rustic and it is kind of vintage, but at the same time it's modern. I know that sounds ridiculous, but do you understand what I mean? We've got that gorgeous kind of submetallic luster, which makes it quite contemporary, almost industrial. But then you've also got that kind of speckled effect that we get naturally through pyrite, and you get that kind of almost aged metal look, so therefore it's vintage. I can't think of any piece that I wouldn't love to put pyrite in, because I adore pyrite. It has a depth to it, it has a coolness to it, it has a strength to it. As soon as I pick up a pyrite, I know that it's pyrite. I can feel that it's pyrite. It's cold against the skin. It gives me strength. There's loads of you already coming in for this. Ladies and gents, if you've been waiting for bargains galore today, get in. And do you know what? If you've just tuned in now, get your baskets open. get your baskets open. We've got the late show on afterwards, and I've got deals in this section I'm pretty sure a lot of you are going to want to get your hands on. 8 under 8. Get in your 8 products right now. Don't forget, it's only £2.95 postage packaging from midnight till midnight. Natural, stunning pyrite. Your price point today, £7.95 for you today. This is number 1 of 8 under 8. Get it whilst you can. Gemma Crow, you're a pyrite lover, aren't you?
I am a pyrite lover, yes. Absolutely.
Why? Because she are.
My favourite things are metallics.
Is it?
My dad has got a hook. That must be it. My dad's got one arm and a hook.
Oh, I love that.
He's a pirate. So.
Oh, is he actually?
Yeah, so maybe that's why
Maybe that's why you're attracted to it. What is it about pyrite?
Because it's the metallic. It's the weight. It's the metallic. It's. I just love it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's.
I love it as well.
The association when you're a child. That's the thing you come into contact with fool's gold, and I love that.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I just love it.
It is everything about it. I'm very attracted to pyrite, natural in particular for me.
Yeah,
I just adore it.
Yeah, there's all sorts of meanings behind it if you want to look into it as well. But I was saying before, I find it difficult to actually make a piece at home without using pyrite in it.
I'm the same.
I actually find that I'm always pulling out the pyrite box to add an element of it.
I'm exactly the same. Pyrite's probably one of the most variety of gem I have in my stash.
Yeah, me
probably.
Too. Yeah, me too.
I do adore it. I've got a strand next actually that's going to go great with it, and that is bronzite. How do you feel about bronzite?
A very similar thing to me, bronzite.
Yeah.
Except I know I'm going to put that with other gemstones like carnelians. I'm going to use it in much warmer, warmer pieces.
Love that idea.
So so it doesn't. Bronzite for me doesn't cross as many many boundaries as the pyrite, but it's one of those ones again with the metallic element that I love.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think bronzite is one of those gemstones that on TV doesn't come across as well as it possibly could. I think it's one of those gemstones we all need to just get home and have a little nosy at face to face, because it's hard for you to see, but essentially there are little areas. I wonder if I can catch the light on one of them perfectly. It's probably really, really hard. You can sort of see it, sort of ish. So can you see you have those kind of gorgeous internal inclusions on here? As they catch the light, can you see on that one there how they almost get this chatoyancy, but just in those areas? Can you see that? It reminds me a little bit of shimmering lavakite, a little bit, but it's submetallic and it's those golden tones. You have got 120 carats worth here of your bronzite, 10mm puffy hearts. Go great with that agate bundle I had before. Your price point today, £7.95 for you. Just add it to the order at that price, £7.95. Hey, why not? It's going to go great with your antiques bronze wire. It's going to go great with those pyrite we had before. Can you get on the phone for me now? If you saw those flowers before that you loved, get on the phone right now. I'll give you a minute. Are you there? Low stock. We're doing them later apparently now. Have a look at carnelian for me. These are your plain round 12mm. Now, Helen had thought about these ones because you mentioned carnelian before, Gem. What are you going to put these with?
Again, bronzite, citrine, wood.
Citrine, good.
Carnelian and wood seems to work as gemstones and wood. It's one of those things you have to really think about. But carnelian,
I love that idea.
For some reason, something about it works really well with wood.
Love that idea.
Yeah, no, it's a lovely gemstone.
It is, and I know this isn't wood; it's tiger's eye, but sort of gives you that feel-ish.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful? You've got 130 carats worth of your red agate. Sorry, I'm just Helena has just had a little bit of a meltdown. Helena, just do it. Let's not reference it. Nobody look at the price. Nobody look at that. Just ignore it. I did tell you to get on the phone, didn't I? I'm going to have to say it. £5.95. There you go, I've said it. I've said it, I have to say it. That is your price point of this today. These are your carved flowers. Look at them, they are absolutely sensational. Loads of you coming in on the phone lines for us right here. Well done to everyone. You know we're not allowed to do that price. You know. Stop saying it. Stop saying it, Bex. Stop it. I've got to move on. move on. I'm bringing to you now our fourth product. I think this is your gorgeous nuggety pieces, nuggety selection of your sky blue apatite. That's gorgeous. That is beautiful. 80 carats worth of these sky blue graduated nuggets. Oh. Gem, what would you do with these, lovely?
Put them with the labradorite that you had earlier.
Ooh, love that idea.
They look great. But yeah, space them out, put them with maybe some threads and cords and things like that, because they're all natural. So I'd sort of mimic that look by putting them with something else irregular and rough.
I like that idea, because you do get that kind of blue shiller through a labradorite. This is your sky blue apatite. That colour, ladies and gents, is completely natural. I know it looks out of this world, it really does. It almost looks, I suppose, like a Caribbean sea maybe, or something a little bit out of this cosmos. 80 carats worth of the sky blue apatite we have here, and these are your rough nuggets. There's loads of you already coming in for this, probably because when I say sky blue apatite, the last thing that's going to come to your mind is what's behind me, under £8. Now, it doesn't come to mind when we think sky blue apatite. What prices do come to mind, team? Sky blue apatite. Pete, what comes to mind price point wise? Why do I always ask Pete first? Why, Bex? Learn. Go on. I don't know. Good. Even though both me and Pete have in our ears the producer and the director going, about 1995, isn't it, Pete? Pete, isn't it, Pete? I don't know. What do you think, Gem?
I'd say around, I've had some of varying qualities, so I'd say for that one around 27-ish.
Yeah, that's what you'd normally expect, isn't it, for sky blue apatite. Last chance, £6.95 for you today. 8 under 8. We are on to our fourth one right here, right now, and the names have just gone off my screen. £6.95 for you today. Absolute well done to you all. They're gorgeous, aren't they? They feel really beautiful too. £6.95. I'm bringing to you now that tiger's eye that we showed earlier on alongside the carnelian flowers at that silly price. I have got for you this tiger's eye here. It is really, really beautiful. Tiger's eye has a property called chatoyancy, and if you're not sure what that is, just take a little look at this strand and you will soon find out. Can you see that? That gorgeous sheen effect that we have running underneath the surface of that. Why did I hold the word sheen on for so long? That just happened. Sorry. You have got gorgeous, gorgeous effect here. Chatoyancy is caused naturally by Mother Nature. It's to do with the way the minerals stack and to do with the way the light interacts with said minerals. It's a complete and absolute natural appearance. Again, so many web bidders coming in. And web bidders, you can see the price. Everybody else knows that it's going to be under £8. This is my fifth product of that absolutely bargainacious section. 250 carats worth here of your red tiger's eye swirl drums. These are 11 by 8 mil. They're going to add texture, sparkle and internal effect of your pieces. Your price point today, it's under £8. £6.95 for you today. Loads of you have already come in for this one. Absolute bargainacious. Well done, everybody. Hampshire's in with me today. Norfolk's in with me. Hello, Pembrokeshire. Tania? How do we say Pembrokeshire's name? Tania? Tania? Do you think like that? Tania? Hello to you, lovely. My name's Becky. Nice to meet you. I don't think I've seen you before. It's lovely to have you on board. Leslie Ann's in with us as well today. Lovely to see you, Leslie Ann. Who else do I know? I know Roseanne from West Lithuania. There's loads of you coming in with this one today. Hi, Darren. It's nice to meet you as well. I'm not sure we've met before, Darren. You've got yourself a fair few, Darren, and why not treat yourself? Great for unisex, actually, isn't it? Great for unisex. Imagine just one of those on a piece of cord. It'll be fab, isn't it? $4.90. Hang on, what are you saying there? What are you bringing in? What's that? Thank you. That goes really nicely. You've got a good eye there, Pete.
Yeah.
You didn't come up with that, Pete. I know you
Yes,
didn't.
I did.
No, you
Yes, I
didn't.
did.
I can hear producer Helena asking you to go and get this.
No.
Trying to take the credit. My gorgeous brother Pete. There's loads of you coming in for this today. By the way, I've just realised there's so many new people that I'm saying hello to. My brother Pete isn't actually my brother, before people start asking. It's just that apparently we look very alike. What? Sorry if you only just found out. Oh, look how upset he looks. Looks like the Andrex puppy. Get that toilet roll out your mouth. $6.95 is your price point on this today, and it does go really nicely with this colouring, and we're going to do this now actually for you. This is another one of your 8 products under £8. Wait, a matrix box under £8? Should it be? I don't think I've seen a matrix box under £8 to my mind. Okay, it's only ever been seen once before. Oh, nice. Let's show you. Chain you've got in here. You've also got your cord ends. Textured cord ends, gentle texturing on these. The cord ends, just to let you know, come on a little piece of chain, and they have the S-shaped hook as well there for you. If you've never seen this hook before, it's your clasp essentially. So this is how we do up your pieces. And then it has that cord at the end, which is, we talked about a bit earlier with the larger ones, but it's great. You can close them up and hold your cords in, your macrame, etc. Oh, your sari silks. I'm going up in size as well. Larger ones there. And the largest of the selection is this one. It's a good one for you to be able to see the texture on, actually. You see that really nice texture across there? Beautiful, isn't it? I've also got in here a twisted toggle clasp as well, really nice design on that. I've got your normal small size toggle clasp, and I've got loads of jump rings as well. Your rose gold colouring that we have here, everything you can see on your screen, you get. Your price point today for approximately 20 pieces is just £7.95 for you today. That is wonderful, isn't it? Don't forget you get the storage box here as well, so you get this box and it does come with a little slide on lid too, so even once you've used all these findings, you can you know, keep reusing the box. Pop in any of your seed beads, pop in any of your leftover earring findings, or even some of your jump rings in different colours if you want to. Well done everyone who's coming in for that. It's lovely to see you all today. I'm going to bring you something really interesting now, really interesting strand. I really think this is just gorgeous. Really interesting strand, totally unique and individual shape, which means we're going to be able to use this. Oh, just love it. We're going to be able to use this in a really unique and individual way. It's going to be really versatile for us. Gem, I can see you looking at this, and this to me is kind of your type of strand.
It is. I love it. I always forget rhodonite. Yeah, rhodonite, not rhodochrosite. I love it. It's like, it reminds me of vintage photographs, and it's all those lovely colours. You know how the paper pinkens over time. It's just lovely. Love that stone. Love that shape too. Love, because it's very fan-like, easy to make 20s style pieces.
Love that. That's a really good point. Because of that, when you think the 20s, you do think those fan shapes, don't you?
Yeah.
Quite Art Deco in look, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pink rhodonite. Rhodonite is a natural gemstone. It's got that beautiful pink effect to it, and then has those speckles of that black kind of, that really nice myriad of tones. It's so wonderful. I love how every single one has a different image. For example, if I look at this one here, this one Reminds me of a tree. It reminds me of the tree that's outside my house, actually. When the sun sets, you get this beautiful red effect. You see the trunk here and those kind of really sort of angular, beautiful branches coming out from there. There's just so many different effects. You have the flattened back, so if I can catch the light, flattened back you can see. But then on the front of these, well, front and back, obviously, whichever side you want, it's domed. You see that? So if I catch the light, you can see it's domed. So flat on one side, domed on the other. If I hold it this side as well, you'll be able to see that. So that means you can use these in 2 different ways and get 2 total effects. It's really unusual to see rhodonite under £10 because essentially it used to be an imperial stone. But we've managed to do it today. Your price point for this interesting, unique piece . Oh, you're going to take money off? It's been £9.95, but that doesn't fit into our theme. It's not £9.95 today. It's £7.95 for you today. Well done, because the funny thing is, there's already so many people who'd come in for it at £9.95. Oh, of course, because you know it's going under £8. Oh, massive influx of you. Hello to every single one of you. Faye, it's lovely to see you. Lovely Faye. I'm not sure if I've seen you as either Faye before. Dunbartonshire, maybe I have, that name does ring a bell. Perth is coming in with us, Oxfordshire's in, West Midlands and Essex is in. I'm wondering, what are we thinking, headband piece? Bit funky. What about as a bracelet piece? Gemma, what would you do with this?
I would cut some lengths of antique bronze wire or black wire and make just little loops on the top, hammer them down to texture and put them in between each one.
Oh, I like that
because then
idea.
they'd fan out.
Love that idea. So that's how you'd create that fan effect then?
Yeah.
By loop?
Yeah, just a little loop at the top.
Loads of you adoring this. Oh yes, George Frederick's back. George Frederick, Kunz. No, it's not him. But George Frederick Kunz, of course, we will all know, very famous gem hunter, you know, named the likes of Morganite. And we do actually have someone in at the moment purchasing this called George Frederick. But his last name's not Kunz. Different person. But still, loads of you coming in for this today. It is the last one of my 8 under 8. And can I just say to you, genuinely, I don't want to say I disagree with the next one, because I don't disagree, because I do love a bargain. But I will say to you, I don't know why it's happening. Let's just say that. I just want to highlight this to you again. 8 under 8. And then I want to say to you, we are going to get into trouble. I know we are. I said this to you before. Don't say we're going to get into trouble now. I said to you before, this is your doing. Yep. 8 under 8 on a 1 locational gemstone. This, ladies and gentlemen, is under £8 Larimar. Oh my gosh, I cannot get over that. Larimar is diminishing so rapidly. There's loads of you coming in, you're flying in. Well done, everyone. Do you know what? Let's give everyone a chance. I want to get your pricing. I told you I don't agree with it. I told you I didn't agree with it. 1 locational gemstone, £5.95. Get it whilst you can. This is depleting. This is depleting so much because the area, the 1 location we find this in, Dominican Republic, essentially what we do is it's very close to areas. I'll be with you, by the way, Gem, in about 4 minutes, just to give you a heads up. You will be getting this within volcanic areas. What happens is you go through these little cracks and crevices I've got 9 of this left. You get little cracks and crevices near volcanoes, and when you get closer to the magma section, it essentially gets too hot for this, and we've exhausted loads of these little tunnels. It's just got so hot. 2 left. Gone. I know, I told you. Are we doing this one? I've told Gem that we will go to her in about 3 minutes because she's just finishing off a piece now. I'm going to really quickly do you a second piece now. This is something that I know a lot of people have been asking for. We'll do it really quickly, and then I'm heading over to Gem to have a little look at her selection. Well done, everyone who just got that Larimar. Can I just say, deal of the day. Good work, everyone. You flew in. Probably going to fly in for this one as well. We've done all of the 8 under 8, so well done for anyone who came in for the 8 under 8. You've just got yourself a bargain. And anyone who's still hung around, who wants to get their hands on just something a bit stunning and beautiful, last in stock opportunity. I'm in my last chance saloon. Take a look at how funky this is. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Flower design. Just imagine that on a ring. Even if you just did elastic, you know. Just a piece of elastic with that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? You get loads in here as well. They're absolutely beautiful. They're gently domed. You have that petal-like effect. Quite nice as drops as well, actually. I'm last chance saloon for these. Imagine those in hair pieces, just on a little hairband. Stud earrings, gorgeous. Your price point today for your red jasper last chance saloon, $11.95. So well done to you all. Loads of you coming in for this. Now we are going to have a nosy at what Gemma Crow has created with her challenge. We are going over slightly earlier, just because we want to really have a good old nosy, but also because these pieces were so stand out. We gave lovely Gemma Crow 3 Prasiolite, but not just any old Prasiolite. The highest quality Prasiolite you could ever wish to get your hands on. We gave her 3. She's got 2 of them left. And this just goes to show how well you can show off those gems. Take a little look at this selection. We got 3. Obviously we've used one here. It's $49.95. That wasn't the should be price. We took that down in price. These are your green set swirl Dutch cut rounds of genuine stunning green amethyst. They are beautiful. We took £10 off, lowest price you've seen on these. So well done to anyone who got it. And if you want to see what Gem did, take a little nosy. Gem, how did you do this?
A lot like the technique that we did for the first designer inspiration.
Yes.
Started very similar, but I started with eye pins, head pins, sorry. So if I turn that round whilst you've got that
yeah, go ahead.
You can see at the back, it's all sort of the beads at the end of the eye of the head pin that sort of acts as a stopper. So that's where I started, and then just wove round like we did in the inspiration until I got to sort of the girdle of that's the bit that goes around the side.
That's right, yeah, the skinny section.
Then bent all the prongs in and turned them up and carried on with the weave, and then set it with that square wire after. It was going to be a ring, but I couldn't find a way of setting it once I'd made it, so the square wire just sort of hugs around those balls on the end of their head pins.
It's absolutely beautiful the way you've done that. Really looks quite intricate. Is it just, but you've done that in, well, about 1 hour and 10 minutes all in all?
Yeah, probably.
Wow.
About that.
I found my claw.
I'd love more time with them. I really would. Did you know it's the first time I've ever worked with
Is it?
With an uncut, undrilled gemstone like this, yeah.
It is beautiful. How did you find the cut itself?
They are absolutely exceptionally beautiful.
I
love that cut.
Isn't it amazing? Dutch cut.
Dutch cut. I think that might be my favourite. What a difference it makes.
It's such a difference, isn't it? Yeah. Because of that tiny table. If I catch the light on the table for you, if I can now.
Well, it allows for more facet.
There's more facets therefore on the top, which is sensational, isn't it? Gorgeous. Do check out your baskets, because we took £10 off this today, so please check that out. It's just unique, isn't it?
They're just stunning. I'm definitely going to be buying myself some.
Aren't they sensational? Yeah. I just adore them with this. And maybe you want to create a look like this, but maybe you want to do it with a slightly different gemstone. I've got the opportunity for you to do that now. Ryan, do you have that slide for me, please, of the gem selection that I sent you? I just want to show you a screenshot of our website at this moment in time. This is a loose gem selection. This is just when you type into our website, you know, gems of distinction, loose gems that we have. So these are, you know, what we're used to seeing price point wise. You know, we've got ones at £60 on there. We've even got ones at, you know, lower than that, £40, £48. £40, £27, well, £28, sorry, because it's £27.95. We've got all those prices, a big variety of gemstones. I'm just showing you that because I'm going to beat every single one of those prices on this collection here right now. Even though the quality is still there, even though the beautiful effect is still there, I'm going to beat all of those prices, and I'm going to do it
Wow. How did that happen?
With these, this, ladies and gentlemen, is your Times Square cut. Take a look. Sensational.
Is it purely the cut that's making that colour happen?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, it is.
That's amazing.
Isn't it gorgeous?
I love that. Oh,
isn't it beautiful?
New favourite cut. I know.
Can you see this, ladies and gentlemen, is clear quartz. It's natural clear quartz. But look at all those colours. And that is purely because what happens is the light enters, and very much like in a prism, the light is split into this array of colours, which is why you get this beautiful rainbow effect. It gives you a prism-like effect. It gives you that burst, so you get pinks, you get purples, you get this gorgeous kaleidoscope of colours. And it's just due to the cut, because this is natural. It's not coated, it's not heated. It's a natural clear quartz, Brazilian, stunning. 10 carats worth here. So again, you get 3. You do get 3 of these. They are beautiful. Your price point today, $19.95.
Wow, I want those.
They're gorgeous,
I can't
aren't
get
they?
over that. I honestly, it's like well, it's the closest. You know, crystals.
Yes.
I've got the AB coating on.
I know what you mean.
It's got that sort of those colours.
Yeah.
But it's not got a coating on.
But it's natural, and it's with the nature, and it's a real gemstone.
I'm truly blown away. Like, I know that. Oh wow.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Fantastic. It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
I love them, and so do all of you. Loads of you coming in for this. Absolute bargain, isn't it? Would you do a similar design with these?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, except I wouldn't leave it in the studio. I'd be taking it home.
I love that as a thing. Now, 10 carats worth of this gemstone you have here. Do treat yourself to them if you get the opportunity to. They are 10 mil, so this is slightly smaller than the ones you had before. Would that going to make a difference?
No, I'd still use them in exactly the same way.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
And don't forget as well, they do have the hologram on there too, just to show you that. So you do know that this is of the highest of qualities. It is your gems of distinction. Woon! 39 is your code on that one. Get it whilst you can. Gems collection, and it is $19.95. Loads of you coming in. Well done to you all. When are you, well, I don't know what I'm asking.
When am I back in, Becky?
Saturday.
Yay!
You're in Saturday. You'll be coming in at about 12 o'clock.
I will be.
Maybe 5 too. Because you're always prompt.
Yes.
Gem is going to be back with us on Saturday. Leather show.
Yes.
Can he wait?
No, I can't wait either. I can't wait. In fact, I can't wait to get home today.
Yeah.
Because I'm starting on it as soon as I get home, and I've been waiting. It's been sat there looking at me, and I know it. I want to get in it, so I can't wait. I'm really excited.
It's your soft leather, and you've actually picked the colours for this, haven't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
New colours picked by the style icon Gemma Crow.
We'll see. It better be good now, huh?
Yeah, it has. So that is coming up on Saturday. Thank you so much for today,
You're welcome.
Jem.
Have a great day.
I'm glad you've had fun.
Thank
you. Jem will be back with us on Saturday. I am back with you tomorrow. And I am joined by Claire tomorrow. And on tomorrow's show, we have a few little treats. We're going to have some theme sections for you, as well as some absolute bargains. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely evening. Stay tuned for the late show. Me and Jem will see you very, very soon. Have a nice night.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and